Hey everyone, welcome to the stream. This is a counting nightmare. Welcome Tag, welcome Counting, welcome Mia. Good to see yous. Hoping to do more of the Ivalice raid today. No queue. Huh, okay. Of course, as soon as I started streaming, the rain came back. We've got a thunderstorm at the moment. I think it's nearly passed over us though, so I think we'll be okay. Yeah, mainly just worried about losing power. But I think we're in the clear, which means we're about to lose power. See how we go. But I really wanted to do more Ivalice stuff, because it's the weekend and this is a good time to queue up for raids, because this is when people will be up late. Alright. Hey Walken, welcome! Yeah, I haven't watched the Endwalker trailer, because I assume it's going to be full of spoilers, so I'm staying away from that. But it's a real shame about the delay, but they should do whatever they need to make the game better. And please get some sleep, Yoshi P, please. Apparently he cried on stream. Oh, just please get some sleep. Please. Poor thing. Extremely full of spoilers? Okay. Yeah, I definitely won't watch the trailer then. Okay, so Ivalice. We're about... Oh yes, we're going into the Ridorana Lighthouse. Where's the quest? There it is, Annihilation. Yeah, that's right, we found so that there's a huge freaking hole in the ocean, and there's a lighthouse on the edge of that kind of... It's like a gorge in the ocean. It's kind of terrifying, actually. And we think below that that structure is the clockwork city of Gaug. Gaug? So we're exploring that. Honestly, I've had trouble following the story of this quest line. It's been... it's kind of full of references to stuff that I'm not familiar with, and it's a little hard for me to follow. Where is it? Return to Ivalice, there we go. Oh yeah, we got sent on a huge side quest to go get some wine. I'm still kind of salty about that. I'm hoping that has a good payoff later. Yeah, we made friends with the bunker, the beast tribe. Their leader is... Yeah, their leader got transformed into a huge monster. So we need to go fight him. Hey Euro-chan, welcome. Yoshi P and Sakurai should go on a long vacation together. Yeah! Ivalice is very, very dense. Yes, it's tough for me to follow. It's going to be even tougher today because I'm a little out of it. I had to take some medication last night for a migraine, and I'm still kind of very tired. Bum, bum, bum. Yes, we're trying to help them with their captain, but their captain has been like possessed. We don't know if we can recover him, but we need to just stop him. That much we do know. Alright, I go healer. So who would like to come along before I queue up? We got Mia, we got Counting. Do, 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 do. And who else would like to come along? Bum, 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 bum. The clockwork city of Gaug was something from FFT. They were excavating and researching ancient artifacts. Essentially, 14 is again doing the reverse of the Ivalice Alliance timeline. Ah, that's pretty cool. You're going to go Red Mage for emergency resing? That's a good idea. I'm hoping to go Red Mage for the final raid, because I got some gear for Red Mage. I'll have to see what the item level requirement is. Even harder for me to follow since I don't remember anything from 12, yeah. Oops. Would you like to come along, Euro, once you're done with that cutscene? Up to you, you don't have to. Just thought I'd check since you're in chat. Sure? Sweet. Alright. I had a quick look at the mechanics for this second raid. I'm just going to look at it again though, because there's a lot. Boss 1. Haha, Tide Pod. Tank Buster, don't eat it. Yeah. He pulls water from one direction, then blasts that same sector with knockback, so I'm guessing I don't want to be there. Mark on you is spread out. Mark on you is also getting chased by something. But then there's also a Dorito mark, which is stacked together, so it sounds like there's 3 different marks going on this first boss. What could go wrong? Second boss. There's something about clock faces on the ground. Spins fast, explodes first, so you want to go to the slow clock first. Nails. Tether on healers. Run away from nail. Okay. Clock meteors. Run into the circle to move the hand around. Where it's facing when the meteor hits is where the AoE will go. Don't point it at the raid. That sounds like fun. Boss 3. So boss 3 is the math boss. Stack markers. Spinning cone AoE. Bum, 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 bum. So I don't want to be too far from the boss. Might need to run through it. If dice counting over your head, stop moving. Okay? We'll stop everything, actually. Math time. So the guide doesn't explain this all that well. Your HP would be reduced to single digits. Look at your number. Circles will add their number to yours. And then the boss will cast indivisible equal prime number or divide by 3, 4, 5. So I need to get my health to match what the boss is casting from the sounds of it. That's going to go well. And fourth boss. You get a magnetic field, stand on the opposite mark to get pulled to the ground. Yeah, the math boss sounds amazing. I can't wait to see it. Ready? Alright. Chuck you in that. 1 is not a prime number. Ah, okay. The deadliest of all mechanics, basic math. You'd have your HP and the number in the circle you enter need to be equal to what the boss demands. Okay. I think I get it. As to if I will succeed at doing it is another story, but we'll find out. This will be fun. Okay, ready to check? After you clear the raid, go back to the math boss before leaving the instance for an Easter egg. Ooh, thank you. I shall do that. Hello, sweetie. Cleo. Hello, baby. Meow to you too. It's still an hour until your dinner time, sorry. Sorry. Sorry, baby. You ready? Alright, I shall queue us up. Raids the Ridorana Lighthouse. Mwah. Cat. Meow. South of Robinasta. In a remote corner of the Valnard Sea gapes a fathomless maw that, for centuries, has slowly devoured the world around it. Ridorana. Whether you believe the cataract natural wonder, or demon-torn gate to the very underworld, journeys to her edge should be made with the utmost caution, seeing as none who have stumbled into the darkness have ever returned to tell their tale. An ancient spire, once used by the Dalmascans as a lighthouse, rises defiantly above the churning waters, to warn for thoughtful and foolhardy alike. It is into this spire that the transformed Begamnon has fled. It is into this hell that you must follow. Into the lighthouse in Clockwork City. Mechanic takes a little getting used to, but makes perfect sense. It sounds pretty clever. Boom, 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 boom. Is the live letter still going? Anything else interesting that they've said? I really badly want more glamour plates. I need more. I've just barely got enough for all combat classes, but when the new classes come out, I won't have enough at all. I really hope they have more plates. They're showing off new tombstone gear at the moment. Ah, okay. Cool, cool. I need more blades. Blades. All I want from Endwalker is more glamour plates. Yeah, what can I do while we wait? Oh yes, we were doing some Doman stuff. I can go do more of that. Unlocking the Doman reconstruction. There's something to do while we're in playing queue. Ah, CC broke. Thank you. There we go. Thank you. Not sure why that broke. Testing. Okay, that's still... Testing, does this work? I don't know. The closed captions is really hacky. It's just a browser window working in the background that I'm window capturing, and sometimes browser windows don't update when they're not the active window. That's very awkward. They're doing some Beast Tribe stuff. That's a good idea. Slaftborn. Right, the Domans were saying goodbye to Slaftborn. Busy with preparations. I think we've seen this dialogue. As you say. They're going home. They helped build Revenant's Toll. And that, my friends, is more precious than any riches. I pray you carry it with you to Doma, and that it grant you strength when you have need of it. We will, Master Slaftborn. I swear to you, we will never forget this blessed place. You gave us the opportunity to work with the Frontier Hand to build Revenant's Toll. All the skills and experience we gained, we will put to good use in rebuilding the Enclave. And then, when we have finished, I pray you will come and visit. Aye, we would be honoured to receive you and any other man or woman or child of Revenant's Toll. Let this not be an ending, but another new beginning. The beginning of a lasting relationship between our two homes. That is my dream for the future of our peoples. As we built these walls stone by stone, may we build it together. Well said. Well said. Damn it, if we keep on like this, I'm liable to start bawling. So, let us move things along. I hope you won't mind another parting gift. The lost treasure of Revenant's Toll. Courtesy of your younglings. The foreman is expecting you. A most surprising but welcome gift. We shall endeavour not to drink it all at once. We will collect the bottles and return to our preparations at once. Thank you, Master Slaffborn. And thank you, Melchan, for everything. Aww. Before you go, I've a favour to ask. Well, Flamen, actually. She wants you to bring Yozan and his friends to her, up in Rowena's cafe. The wine's for the adults, you see. She's got something else for the children. I doubt it'll take too long for you to find him. You have a knack for this sort of thing, after all. My thanks to you. Wait, find who? Oh, Yozan. Okay, yeah. Kids. Once you find Yozan and his friends, please take them to Flamen. She's waiting with a special surprise. Push your font. Wind up, push your font. Give it a hug. With a ton of RAM, your CPU can't really process stuff in unfocused windows. Yeah, it might also just be a something the browser is designed to do, to try not to eat up excess RAM. Also, I'm curious what's changed in here now that the Domans are starting to return home. Is there anyone even in here? Not many people left. Rio! Don't you worry about old Rio. Let him worry about you. I'm keeping my ears to the ground, having him listen for anything and everything what might cause us trouble. I'll not suffer any more knives in the dark. Save ours, that is. Rio! Ariane. You needn't worry for my grandfather. If he should grow lonely and start to long for Hermé's company, he will purchase passage on the next ship bound for the Far East. I couldn't stop him if I tried. Hurry, Boulder. The Domans have as much claim to Revenant's Toll as you and me. They're family. Thank the gods I made it back in time to see them off. Will Isildur be alright without Hermé? They're practically inseparable these days, and I don't think he has many other friends. Aww. 7 tabs open and Firefox is using 6 gigs of RAM for you. Oy. That's too much RAM. I hope Isildur can find someone to keep him company. With our missions, we can never linger very long. I know I need to give Isildur my undivided attention, but these waves of brotherly love make my mind drift to naughty places. Focus, Aenor, focus! You just... It is for the best. It is. It is for their past and their future. Their home. And I could not be happier for them. Aww. You should go with them. As you may have heard, we recently stepped up our surveillance of the beast tribes. My brother and I, we were out scouting near Zaharak when we were ambushed by an Amolja. But if our assailant was quick as a curl, Hori was a lightning bolt. In one fluid motion, he parried the blow and ended the encounter with a sublime shield bash. 'Tis a sight I shan't soon forget. Hori returns from every mission a finer warrior than when he set out. I must work harder if I am to keep up. Aenor the eternally thirsty, yes. This is not the time, Aenor. This is not the time. Wait, that's total RAM usage for the entire system. Firefox is only using about 1 gig. Ah, okay. That sounds a lot better. Oh yeah, I don't know if I showed it before. I don't think I did. I crafted Leviathan barding for Nero, so now he's a cute little dragon bird, a sea serpent. It's really cute barding. I love it. I also made the Ramu binding. Doesn't look like there's Ifrit, Titan, or Garuda. I didn't find bardings for them. Yeah, I don't like the Ramu one as much as the title. It's still pretty funny though. It's just got a beard just right here on the chest, which is pretty funny. Yeah, that's the Ramu barding. Yeah, I really like the Leviathan one. It's very cute. I love how you can mix and match them. You're all rugged up. A serpent all rugged up. Actually, I might leave you like that. That's cute. Leviathan's all rugged up. Hey, Agnika. Your playtime ends in 5 days, and you can't choose between Dark, Gunbreaker, and Red Mage to do MSQ. They're all so fun. Yes, I really like all of those classes. It's hard to choose. The classes are so good in this game, aren't they? Ooh, Gunbreaker's nearly 67. Nice. Yeah, I got Red Mage to 70. I'm working on Scholar / Summoner and Gunbreaker. And then I'll do either Astrologian or Machinist. I want both of those. Right, up here, looking for the kids. Hope I'm not practicing Summoner too much. Yes. Well, I kind of wanted to play it a bit more before it changed, just to appreciate how it changes more. But yeah, I haven't played too much of it. I do enjoy it though. Yeah, let's see. Ah, here they are. Oh, and here's the queue. Oh my god. Here we go. You know, it would make a cool limited class. Freelancer from FF5. Ooh, what's Freelancer? Come on, accept. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Rip. Well. Always someone, yep. You haven't been looking for us, have you? We don't have to leave yet, do we? We still have time? Aw. Hey, Miss Melchan, what are you doing here? Oh, hey there, Miss Melchan. You're not here to say goodbye, are you? It's not fair. Why do they get to decide it's time to go back? I mean, I miss Doma too, but they should have asked us first. Huh? Miss Flarman wants us to come to the cafe? Whatever it is she thinks we did, Oh, it's not like that? Well, alright then. With me, guild members. Miss Flarman needs us. You too, Miss Melchan. it's up there. Might as well fly. Flamin'. Oh. I'm assuming this is going to be a cutscene. Come in. Hop. I want to do Lighthouse. Where? Freelancer was the starting class. It could equip any weapon and has 2 ability slots as opposed to every other class's 1. But had the lower stats and no innate traits or abilities. But every time you level a job to maximum, the job stat bonuses and positive traits will be granted to Freelancer. Ah, okay. That's kind of cool. So once you level all the other classes, Freelancer becomes just amazing. Dark Knight and Gunbreaker are now 74. Nice. And Scorch. What was Scorch? Scorch. Is that a red mage thingy? Oh yeah, that's red mage. Combos with Verflare or Verholy. Ooh. Jolt 2 is changed to Scorch. Oh wow, that's cool. Yeah, that's really cool. Red mage is so good. Red mage's capstone. Nice. Oh, I love red mage. Five DPS. Oh, never mind. Lost some healers. You came. I've been waiting for you all for so long. All members of the Doman's Adventurers Guild reporting for duty. So what's the adventure? Monster hunting? Garlean gold? Oh my, nothing so dramatic. Rather, I wanted to give you all a reward. A reward? Really? A reward for your many deeds in service to Revenant's Toll. When the frontier hands needed a helping hand, you were there. When there was no one else to look after the younger children, you were there. And through it all, each and every one of you carried out your duties with a smile. That is why you are more than brave adventurers. You are heroes to the people of the Toll. Heroes deserving of a very special reward that just so happens to be right over there. Aww, this is sweet. Treasure! Wow, look at these! Hats. Look, Miss Melchan, she got us matching hats. We'll make them the official uniform of the Doman Adventurers Guild. They suit you, little ones. Wear them with pride. Mr. Boulder and Mr. Coulternet, I thought you were away on important Scion business. Recently returned, and it is a good thing we are. We heard of your impending journey, and hoped to see you before you left. We are both very happy that you may finally return to your homeland. They have great need of stalwart adventurers like you lot there. But I don't want to say goodbye. Then don't. There's no need to. You're adventurers, are you not? Adventurers never stay in one place, for it is not who we are. We walk paths all our own, never truly beholden to any one nation or creed. So don't say goodbye, because we may, nay, we will meet again. You'll see, We'll become the most famous adventurers in Youngshire, and then we'll return to Eorzea, and become famous here too. Everyone may know the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and the Warrior of Light, but just you wait. Years from now, they'll all be talking about the Doman Adventurers Guild. Haha, I'm looking forward to it. Grow strong. Grow famous. Lead the tales, little ones. Aww. We must get going, but thank you again for making the arrangements. Take care. Aww. Right, we mustn't neglect our training. Find the heaviest crates and carry them to the horsebird carriages. Miss Melchen? Miss Flamen? Thank you for the caps. We'll take good care of them. You'd think I'd be used to it by now, having to see your children off, but... Oh, that was so cute. Keep expecting the kids to be a full-fledged party. Oops. Well, in a few years' time. So are we going to move the crates or what? There's still a lot of work everyone has to do before we can leave, so let's play until then. Is it true? You're all going back to Doma? I don't think that's a good idea. Weren't you sick most of the way here? What? And while we're on the ship, we'll have plenty of time to train. Oh, training on the ship. Yeah. Maybe don't do that. The children told me you took them to see Falaman. I should speak with her as well. I had an idea about exchanging recipes via missives, or perhaps even link pearl. Where was this supposed to go again? Once, I thought this a barren wasteland that would never serve as a home for us. How wrong I was. You got new glasses today. Ooh, congrats, Walken. Very nice. How's the prescription suture? Is it helping? Matching hats. What a sweet gesture from the Scions. I'm sure they will cherish them for years to come. Oh, we got all DPS. The children are delighted with their new hats. Miss Flamen could not have chosen a better gift. Preparations are proceeding apace. Slafborn and the guild have finalised arrangements for the ship, so once we've finished here, we need only make our way south. How many times have I thanked you, I wonder? Not enough, that much I know. Thank you, Melchen, from the bottom of my heart. You are and ever shall be a true friend to Doma and her people. Aww. I expect you will find yourself in the Enclave before us. If so, I pray you tell Kozakura that we shall join her soon. Until we meet again, my friend. And if you shall find yourself in the Enclave before us, I pray you tell Kozakura. Oh, same prescription. Part of the frame on your old pair broke. Ah, oh, geez. Sorry to hear that. That sucks. That's expensive too. Hopefully these new ones hold up for a long time. Hey Madrick, how are ya? Ridorana Lighthouse is a fun one. Nice. I've heard many stories of the math boss. Hopefully we get in there soonish. The queue popped earlier and like one healer did not accept, so now we're back in queue. Where? It's quicker to go to the Enclave itself. Right? Yeah. The Doman Enclave. Your insurance covered them? Ah, that's good. That's a relief. Ah, this is the person I need to talk to anyway. It's a nice one if we could get a group for it. Yeah, I thought the queue times would be decent on the weekend. But, well, that's a no. Mo-chan, you're returned from Eorzea. They are homeward bound, then. It comes as a relief to hear that there were no complications. Thank you for facilitating their return. I shall inform Lord Hien at the first opportunity. We have a mountain of work ahead of us, but with their help, I'm confident we can see it through, and I hope I can count on your assistance in the future as well. Oh. It takes an enclave. Kozakura has a proposition for you. Mo-chan, Kami be praised. I was hoping you might pay us a visit. It is, as ever, an honour. Once again, I must thank you for helping our brothers and sisters secure passage back home. With so many skilled craftsmen soon to be at our disposal, we of the Shazenkai are ready to proceed to the next stage of our plan, to rebuild the Enclave. Which brings me to a rather delicate matter. Perhaps you will find this shameless, but circumstances being what they are, I see no other way. The reconstruction and revitalisation of the Enclave cannot hope to succeed without the contributions of wealthy individuals such as yourself. I understand if you wish to refuse outright, but I beg of you, please listen to our proposal in full before you decide. For the sake of Doma and her people, I should be glad to lend a hand. It's no bother, really. Let's hear it. What's in it for me? No. For Doma and her people. It warms my heart to hear you say that. Truly, Doma has no greater friend. Where to begin? Ah, of course. It is important that you understand the state of the Enclave at present. I'm sure you recall how everything was when you first arrived. Rubble in the streets, buildings in ruin and so forth. While we have made some superficial progress since the castle fell and Doma was liberated, the scars of the occupation are far from healed. Since antiquity, the kingdom of Doma has prospered from the gifts of the One River. The success of our agriculture and industry is intricately tied to our position here. Alas, in our struggle against the Garleans over the decades, much of what was built over centuries was lost. Fertile farmlands that once yielded produce for export were despoiled, and what little remained could barely feed our people. Our foreign rulers did not hesitate to impose their will on local industry as well. Not only were we forced to purchase goods from imperial concerns, regardless of quality or cost, but our merchants were also forced to sell their wares to Garleans at a loss, assuming they received compensation at all. While those dark days are behind us, Many of our former trading partners are reluctant to engage us in trade agreements for fear of the Empire's wrath. And so, for the most part, we must continue to fend for ourselves and craft what tools and so forth we require. Or so we would, had we the facilities. Forgive me, it is not as dire as it may sound. Our problems may be many, but we are all wholly committed to the challenge before us. We are not unlike the Shazenso, a hardy herb that can thrive in even the most inhospitable of conditions. I took inspiration from its strength and stubbornness when deciding upon a name for our organisation, in fact. No matter the struggle, no matter the cost, the Shazenkai will do everything in its power to overcome every hurdle and rebuild this home of ours. Oh, please excuse my sudden fit of passion. It was most unbecoming. Anyway, I've spoken of the general state of the Enclave. Let us discuss more specific concerns. Though, having said that, it would be simpler if you were to see things with your own eyes. Please head to the worksite north of the Aetherite and speak with Mitsuba. I shall join you shortly. Okay. Oh, it popped! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Please, accept. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, why did the numbers go down? Well, it had 3 out of 3 and 6 out of 6 and then it went down. I'm scared. Did people alt F4 or something? Oh no, here we go. Come on, DPS. Come on. Come on. It's always a DPS. Except that time it was a healer. Oh, frickin' frick. You frickin' Well. Pretty much every one of the Ivalice raids always had one boss that gave players trouble on release. Ridorana had Mathbot, and Robinasta had Hashmal. Oh, pop. Which one was Hashmal? Hang on, let me go check. Hashmal. The second one. Okay, yep, with the towers. Oh my god! We're in there! Oh my god! Time for math! Time for math! Hey, Amidian, welcome! Alright, I'm going to be looking at the guide. I hope the closed captions are still working, because I can't see the OBS window when I'm looking at the guide, but I apologise if they're not working. Hi! Yes, that was a long queue. We will discover Begamnon here within the lighthouse. I'm certain of it. What was that, Kupo? Aw. Did Begamnon the Doomer give life to that creature? Famfrit, the darkening cloud. Alright, straight into a boss fight. Water from one direction. Hey, this is the one with like 3 different marks? Okay. Long has it been since I last gazed upon the open sky, and the vermin who scurry beneath her. From brine are we born, unto brine shall we return. Whatever you reckon, mate. Till seas swallow all? Let the crashing waves cleanse you of your sins. Whee! Whoosh! Having fun with that water jug. Spin it right round. Whoosh. Oh no. With this vessel shall your doom be met. O darkest of vessels, you are my sword, you are my rain. Being chased by water jugs. Normal Tuesday night in FF14. Dark rain. Behold, as waters most foul spill forth to defile the land. In darkness will you know true fear. But I guess that needs to die before it finishes casting explosion. Ooh, Dorito markers. Okay, these are the stack things. I'm pretty sure. Doritos. Woo! I was nearly in that. Didn't realise that it's going to be quite big, quite that big of a cone. The night beckons once more. Yes. The seal on the gate is lifted. We can now venture further up the lighthouse. Ancient engraving. I shall read that later. This pattern, it is unmistakably... No, it cannot be. This is the one with clocks. The city remains functional. After all these centuries, let us access the teleportation nodes. Whee! Oh, this is cool. Look at that big column of water. Lo, seeker in days unborn, Godblade bearer. Know you, this tower challenges the sky. Where the watcher, the ward of the three waits. Soul hungry, unsated. Alright, sure. Ow. Being shot with missiles or something. Something unpleasant. That's a lot of damage. Where's the black mage? Dunno. The heat is almost unbearable. Could this be the heart of the lighthouse's beacon? Children of war, I am Ivalice. Come, warm your hands at my fire. Ivalice. The Gygus. Ivalice the Gygus. Ah. Ivalice the Gygus. Time waits for no one. Oh, hi. Vroom. Bound by the march of time, forevermore. Okay, this is where I run away from tethers, apparently. Running away. Am I far enough away? I have no idea. Trying to get back to the group. Oh, those look like void scent. Step into the inferno. Step into my hellfire. I prefer not to. Are you not yet Ash and Bone? Not yet. Maybe soon. Okay, these are the things I have to like... Yeah. Okay, that's a cute little mechanic. Gotta point the clock hand away from the center. No! Don't move him! I like this boss. Yeah. Oh. Oh, whoops. Alright, there's a fast one, so once that explodes, I run into that one. Easy. Stand in the center, point the clock hands away. No! Who did that? Oh. Trying to get close enough to think against the boss. Owie. Clock. Ivalice. Cool boss. I like it. Yeah, I saw you did one right and then someone was like, whoop, and pointed it towards the group. I was like, no! That your wrath might eclipse mine. Yes, we did. Nice. I've discovered another device. Whee! The cat alarm's going to go off, so I'm going to have to mute that until we're done with this raid. So I need to concentrate on this fight. The architecture here is similar to that of the lighthouse, yet something feels off. The air is so thin. I believe you succeeded in clearing another path. Catching up on some chat. That was the longest queue you've had in a while. Aww. Ooh. These look cool. Those golems. I believe I now know where we are. Well, aren't those simply appalling, Kupo? Says the Moogle. There's a stack marker, spinning cone AoE. Yeah, most important thing is math time. Ooh. Hello? Robots. Whoa! That clockwork device seems to die. Ow, 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 ow. Clockwork City. Well, we got our clockwork contraptions I was hoping for. That looks cool. Screenshot Ah! Crude scrolling. Alright, I've got some math stuff. A wise arithmetician once said the primes are the most lonesome of numbers. To that I say bollocks. 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, 19, 23, 29, 31, and on to eternity. There are enough digits here to start a fellowship. The area's final line of defence is upon us. We must proceed with the utmost caution. Math time. Math time. Well, who pulled the box? I thought we were missing a tank. Oh. Warning, entry prohibited. Intruder alert. Readying variable weapon systems. Whoa. I was too close. Initiating subject dismissal. Oh god. Oh, whoa, I don't know what happened there. No. I see. Anomalous intelligence levels detected. Re-education authorized. Booting basic computation protocol. Uh-oh. Basic computation protocol loaded. Initiating lesson. I have 10. Okay. Multipliers of 4. 10... 12. Oh. What? I thought it'd be 12. Multiples of 5? 0. Oh, no, I have 8 now. Okay. No. That was cute. I like that. Booting Tartarian protocol. Ooh. Being drawn to the rift torn asunder by Tartarus. That's, pretty looking. The Station of Banishment. Oh, I see. We all got our own platforms. Oh, I was supposed to get apart from my tether partner, not next to them. Whoops. Whee! We're back. Are you dancing? Booting annihilation mode. The boss was dancing. Destroy. What does that mean? tank buster, I guess. Yeah. Stack marker. Oh, that person's probably dead. No? Okay. Pulverize. Point blank AoE. Alright, get away from that, I think. Ah! 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 Oh god! Computation mode. Uh-oh, here we go. We're going back to the math. Increasing difficulty? No! Don't increase difficulty. Oh god. I have 3. Okay. Indivisible. Prime number. Alright, 3's fine. Grrr. Divide by 3. I should still be fine? Nice. I like Math Boss. Math Boss is fun. Oh, some people just died. I'm not sure why. Oh, this thing. I didn't really know what to do. This way? Oh, here's the cone AoE. I know how to dodge this time. Or not. I dodged it in the incredibly wrong way. Yeah, I made it this far without dying. That's good. You know it's serious when the boss breaks out the prime numbers, yes. Yeah, I'll do LB. Oh, is this the thing I run away from? Ah! It was the thing I run away from. Oh god. Oh god, I have a... Yeah. Oh god, I'm next to the thing. Ah, I'm dead. Kill that boss! Kill it, kill it, kill it! Yay! It entered safe mode, systems offline. It went into safe mode. We didn't actually kill it. That's a little worrying. Alright, boss 4. This is the one with the magnetic field. There is no mistaking it. We are in the legendary clockwork city of Gog. Yeah, I thought we already established that. Here he is. Gamnon.
Long have I waited for this moment, Garlean swine. Come! The blood of my fallen brothers feeds my hate!
They pull the boss. Someone in this group keeps pulling before we're ready. Well. Ooh. Oh shit, that's cool looking. That is cool. The Empire is a cancer, and I am the Barber's Blade.
Your suffering is not yet over.
Yasmet. Not sure how to pronounce that. Yasmet? I am positive. I want to be on negative. Wait, is this negative? No, there we go. I want to be on negative.
Escape this!
A knife through butter. Vroom. Go on, zoomies. Zoomies.
Your suffering is not yet over.
You are suffering?
I'll tear you limb from limb! Escape this! Your pain is my pleasure.
Summon. What are you summoning? Wind thingies. Wind Azer? Ugh.
Your suffering is not yet over.
Oh, I didn't realise it was also doing that. I'm okay. Oh, also we've got a stack marker in the middle of all this chaos. The wrath of your brothers. Whoa! Wee! We just flop on the ground. We're fine.
You will pay for what you have done with blood!
stack. Oh, where's this healer? Oh, there's a heart. Kill the heart. I'm trying to find this healer so I can res them. Oh, they're up. Someone found him. Whoosh.
This is far from finished, Guardians! Rush a knife through butter!
Go on zoomies again. Ugh.
Your suffering is not yet over.
Res you.
I'll tear you limb from limb! You will not have mercy!
Oh, magnetic field. Alright, I'm positive. I want to go to the negative. Oop, there we go. Oh no, don't come this way. Oh, go away, tornado. There's tornadoes. Oh, tornadoes. No, boss. I'm still alive. Ah, whee! This is fun. A little ride. Death Strike. That's pretty fine.
Your suffering is not yet over.
Lost my mouse for a second there. Oh. Ah! It's enraged. Glowing red. Throwing a TNT. Didn't stop, made it pop. Damn, that was a fun raid.
But I shall be waiting in the next.
Damn, that was cool. Back to Construct 7's area. Okay. And then I shall feed the cat. Alright, time to catch up on chat. Because I couldn't see it for most of that. Oh. Card. Construct 8. Batteries not included. Music. 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 That's a 53. 89. Ooh, I might win that one. Ba 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 ba. Ba bum. Alright, catch up on chat. Same music from 12 for that place, just a different part. And 12 boss music, nice. I got a minion. And did I get the card? I think. Oh no, I didn't get the card. I got the minion though. Construct 8. Nice. Tactics music, one of your favourite tracks too? Nice. Construct 7, War Machine, Math Teacher and Dance Instructor. Bum, ba, bum. You hated fighting Yasmat in the old version. Oh, I think, yeah, I remember that now. The Yasmat fight, the super boss. I remember that now. How do we go back? Do I jump down? Oh, the teleporter? Okay. That's probably the raid you know the least. Can't remember the last time you did it. There's a lot of raids, so it is a little tricky to try and remember them all. Let's see. Can I use this to go to like the second one? Clockwork City of Gog. Wait, this is at the end. Okay, yeah, so I have to run. Rip. Alright. Enjoy the sights. Ba, bum, bum, ba, bum. Yeah, that was a cool raid. Once you die once, it's very hard to avoid again. Yeah, I noticed there were a lot of chain deaths there because it was so hard to recover. Very fun though. Enjoy this victory music. Super cool water tower going up. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, did that tank keep taunting off of you? Ah, that's annoying. Yeah, that tank was a jerk. Bum, 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 bum. I think I did pretty well. I managed to not die as much as I expected. And I got most of the math boss stuff right, so that was cool. This was the second boss, was it? Yeah. Whee! Ooh. Damn, didn't really get to enjoy this view before. That is so cool. Multiples of 3. 3, 6, 9, 12. Multiples of 4. 4, 8, 12. A concept so simple a child, let alone the architect of the city's defense network, could grasp it. Or so one would think. Bum, 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 bum. So we fought those trash mobs. Whee! And this was talking about the prime numbers? Yeah. I liked Math Boss. Math Boss was fun. All the bosses were fun, actually. Yeah, these are... I wish the Q-tones were better for these. Oh, wow. I wish the Q-tones were better for these raids, because these are really fun. I would love to do these a whole bunch on different classes. Oh my god. Waiting for command. That was awesome. Bum, ba, bum. Alright. I would go AFK here and feed the cat, but you get auto booted out of the instance when you go AFK, as I discovered in a previous stream, so we'll hop out, we'll watch the cutscene, and then we feed cat. I got one commendation. Jeez. I read so many people. Rude. Oh well. One's better than none. Moogle noises. Mother's necklace. But what is it doing here? Unless... Ugh. Oh no, I'm extremely worried about him. Definitely. 24 could commend. Yeah, I'm wondering who they commended. If they didn't commend counting, I got one. Maybe they all commended the other healer. Alma? Alma, are you there? I'm here, Ramza. Extraordinary. The stones are different, but the craftsmanship is identical. However did it come to be in Begamden's possession? Though they are indeed of a different shape, the stones appear to be cut from the same crystal. Oh, they are. Auracite. Auracite? And what makes you say that? Can't you feel it? You can feel it, can't you, Hurdy? Do you recall me telling you that Begamden considered the necklace special? It was special because it was entrusted to him by Prince Razla. He was to return it to Princess Ashelia upon delivering Her Highness from Nalbina Fortress. A family keepsake. Of course. And each necklace, each auracite, has acted as a lodestone, drawing both of our parties closer and closer to Ivalice. Hello, cat. Yeah, I'll have to feed you in a second, once this is over. Indeed, father. The auracite guides us. Meow. Ramza, are you recovered? Thank you, sister. I am well now. From what we know of the Duma and the Otius, vestiges of one's will may endure in an auracite. Could it be, then, that the desire of the former owner, or creator of these necklaces, was simply to return to Ivalice? That's the name of the raid series! But who could that have been? Ramza Belv. He wanted people to return to his homeland and uncover the truth behind the kingdom's founding. But then why show us Lazalia and Gog, you ask? Simple. We are being tested. The auracite is measuring our worth, seeing if we are deserving of that truth. You say these things as if you knew them, but how could you? Nothing we have uncovered suggests anything of the kind. I know you have your doubts, but I can assure you they are misplaced. For now, I must ask you to trust me, Lady Murilla. Lady Murilla? Since when did you... Ramza, are you feeling quite yourself? Of course I am, sister dearest. I have never felt better. Hey, he's not a douchebag. Let's keep him this way. I sense a disturbance in the aether. Father, these necklaces are gifts. Gifts from the old gods who once watched over the Ivalicians. It is proof we have their blessing. With the necklaces and the Otius, we can finally prove... Thank you, Melchan. I know not what came over me. Did I do anything? I just kind of looked concerned. You love Orbone, but that's not a terribly common attitude. Oh, that's the last one, isn't it? Ramza, you must rest. Leave me be, Alma. Did I not tell you I'll be fine? Alright. I am going to go feed the cat, because it is late. Oh, yeah, it's late for her. Gonna feed the cat. I am gonna feed the cat. Bum, bum, bum. Ah, my wind-up Emmerich. Very cute. I'm gonna turn off the noise gate. Let's see if you can hear her squeaking. Mute the game. I said mute the game. There we go. Here she come. Hello. Hello, sweetie. How you doing? Hello. You want food? Yeah, Year's Mutt's voice acting was really great and over the top. I loved it. Not much noise today. She's just like, hurry up and feed me. What are you doing? Look, I was doing a raid. It's very important, okay? All right. We're gonna go break. And I should be back in about 10 minutes. I'm back. I'm back. Hi everyone. Alright. Another adventure under our belts, eh, Mel-chan? I'd best put pen to page before the details fade. Lazalia, and now Gog. One would think our discovery is more than sufficient to prove the Lexentale's claims, at least with regard to Ivalice's existence. But something tells me that until Genimus has proof that his ancestors were not the heretics the Church painted them to be, he will not rest. And then there's the curious case of Rumsa. At Alma's throat one moment, all sister dearest the next. He was like a different person when he came to, yet I seem to be alone in wondering exactly what happened to him back at the lighthouse. If you ask this lady, he must have taken quite some bump to the head when he fell. Then again, it didn't take him long to turn back into his spiteful little self, so all's well that ends well? Sure, I guess? Thank you, Tag. Let's check out my new minion. Inoperative when discovered in the clockwork city of Gog, the strange device whirred to life when a crystal was inserted under its chest plate. As long as the crystal is not replaced with auracite, the automaton should prove harmless. A construct born of desperation and denial. Penitent heretic. Interesting. Mathbot. I hope it dances. Let's see if it dances. Yeah, I won the minion. Ah, that chameleon's cute. Oh, no, it shows off its chest lasers. Chest missiles, whatever. Actually, maybe I should go... I'm going to go check on the airship before I accept this quest, because I think they might have different dialogue after I accept it. Let's go check. So I definitely missed out on a bunch of dialogue earlier, and I was never sure how. You wouldn't happen to be here visiting the airship, Dr. Bove, would you? You would? Then, do you perchance know of a young woman, a dancer, who works on the vessel? I spoke with her once while she was touring the city, but she has kept to the clouds ever since. Try as I might, I cannot forget her face, her voice, her everything. They haunt me each night as I take my rest. Not that I am afforded much rest. My family claims I have lost my mind, that a Garlean makes for an ill match. But I know in my heart they are wrong. Love knows no boundaries, would you not agree? And so I wait. And I shall go on waiting. Forever, if I must. Aww. Someone's in love. It's love, baby. So we need one of the orchestrion roles. Oh, a side quest? Bacon bread. The next several moons promise to be busy indeed as we pore over your account of the Clockwork City and your meeting with Yearsmat. If there is aught you wish to ask, pray do it now, before I set about my work in earnest. Is there any new dialogue here? No? Okay. Our sharp-toothed guests? Why, they took their leave some while ago. If the mood was sour upon their arrival, you can imagine how it turned upon hearing of their captain's death. Not a single arm clasp nor farewell uttered. One moment they were here, the next they were not. Though, considering the circumstances, you being the one who did the grisly deed and all, I will gladly take a silent departure over the alternative. Oh, not that you had any choice, mind you. Just do not be surprised if Bwagi and the others see things a little differently. You have short questions, I have short answers. Relatively speaking, of course. Are these new? The Guardian occupation of Dalmasca. It has been almost 30 summers since the Empire's conquest of Dalmasca, the annexation coming some years before the invasions of both Alamigo and Doma. The campaign was led by Legatus Noah van Gebranth of the 4th Imperial Legion, and waged over 6 bloody moons. It was the fall of the supposedly impenetrable stronghold at Nalbina, with the loss of some 70,000 Dalmascan swords that ultimately turned the tide in the Empire's favour. When it was discovered that the list of casualties included both Prince Razla and his twin sister, Princess Ashilia, all fight left the embattled regent, and he soon thereafter conceded the crown. He passed not long after his surrender, and while the official explanation was that he succumbed to illness, rumours of suicide and even assassination persist to this day. What is certain, however, is that with his death, the Benagan line, one that had endured for 1,000 summers, finally came to an end. The Dalmascans took to their new rulers about as well as one might expect, and in the years since the annexation, several sizable uprisings have caught flame, only to be quelled by the Empire's might. That does not, however, mean we Garleans have emerged from these bouts of insurrection unscathed. One recent example is the Barheim incident, in which scores of Imperial colonists met their end. In response to this rather arbitrary display of defiance, the Emperor sent the 14th Legion back to Dalmasca, where, after the watch of Livius Sars Junius, suspected rebels were hunted down like rats and slaughtered without trial. Of course, this served only to embolden the resistance. Yet, the ending of their tale was not as happy as those told in Doma in Alamigo, as you would have gleaned from your recent visit to Rabanasta. Which is not to say the resistance is no more. If anything, it grows stronger, its members biding their time deep in the endless labyrinth that lies beneath the capital. I have even heard it whispered that they are now rallied under a new leader, a charismatic young firebrand that the people call Princess Ash. What? Of course it cannot be the real Ashilia. Even had she survived the tragedy at Nalbina, Her Highness would by now have seen nigh on 50 summers. So it actually was Livia who was there. I owe you an apology, Milchan. Long have I trained that I might bring to the stage a vision of unadorned masculinity, yet, when granted an opportunity to step out onto the greatest stage of all, to join you on your noble expedition, I dart for the shadows like a terror-stricken titmouse. Is there aught I might do to cleanse my soul of this shame? I know, I shall train. Harder, better, faster, stronger. Milchan, might I ask of you your advice? Curiosity finally got the better of me, and I descended into Kugane to study the dance of the Geiko. It was while I was taking a cup of tea that a young man approached me. He claimed that he had never before seen someone so beautiful, and asked if I would give him a link pearl. As an actress, I learned early in my career how to deal with insistent admirers, but this seemed different somehow. Still, I was not about to take any chances, so I bid him a polite farewell and returned to the Prima Vista. Yet now the shuttle pilot tells me the man comes to the docks every morning, on the off chance that I might descend once again into the city. What am I to do, Milchan? Is he the same as all the rest? Or might his intentions be noble? Oh, all this fretting is wreaking havoc with my routine. Aww. Oh, the Oceania DC is planned to open in February. It's called Materia. Oh, that's awesome news, thank you. Oh, I'm so excited. Materia, that's a good name. February! Oh, that's awesome news, I'm so excited. Judge Gabranth was Captain Bush's twin brother in 12. Okay. A young firebrand called Ash with a reference to 12, yeah. Materia. Oh, that's a good name. Oh, I'm excited. I hope the cross DC stuff is implemented by then, though, because I wouldn't want to... Because I don't want to leave everyone behind, and they'll be sad. I hope we can still group together because of cross DC stuff. That'd be good. Also, I'm on the same DC as Catsworth, and I've joined her for quite a few trials and stuff recently, so... Oh, that's good news, though. Cross Data Center is long overdue. Yeah, they had to push it back because of all the server population issues they've been having recently. So, I hope things are going well on that front, but we don't actually know when that's going to happen. Things have been very uncertain with the server stability in this game. So we need to see if you can get Catsworth and Co to help you do Bismarck Extreme. Did you get an invite to the link show? I forget if you were invited. Since our last chat, I've been thinking. The Garlean Republic, now the Garlean Empire, was originally established by 7 tribes, one of which now appears to have been the remnants of a people who, thousands of summers past, migrated from a city thought only to be a legend. But if we Garleans descended from Galgans, what did the Galgans, who did the Galgans descend from? And who did those people descend from? And those people, if you go back far enough, do we arrive at a single tribe? A single person? They say this world will never be free of strife, but is that merely because we have lost sight of who we are and whence we came? Would you raise your sword to another if you knew he was your own flesh and blood? You did? Ah, nice. Very nice. Very well, I shall entertain the principal's notion that we Garleans are partially descended from the displaced inhabitants of that accursed island. It would explain how the Ivalician legend came to Ilsabard, whence our people's knowledge of automata originated, and even why we lack the knack for manipulating aether. But it would also make Ivalice our ancestral home, and the Empire all the more justified in reclaiming it. Oh. This is no conquest. This is no invasion. It is a homecoming. A return to Ivalice. Did not think of that. Rumour has it that you are acquainted with a certain wandering minstrel who just so happens to be visiting Kugane. Now, I'm not asking that you introduce me to the man, but I will be forever grateful if you could, well, introduce me to the man. His tales are like towering pyres, each word a spark that ignites a fire in my very soul. What I would not give to set his verses to music. Since our arrival in Kugane, Principal Genimus has stressed the importance of actively studying the culture and seeking aspects that might be applied to our performances. It's just that leaving the safety of the Prima Vista is not as easy as it seems. Not that I would expect you to understand. You are a woman of the world. Sounds like a field trip is in order. I still cannot believe it. My mother's necklace, Orosite. Could it truly be that some hidden desire long stored within has been guiding us from the first? What if my father's quest to discover Ivalice and wash clean our family name was all someone else's will, and he a mere puppet? Just you wait, my friends. That necklace belonged to none other than my namesake, Ramza Belv, and I shall prove it. I shuddered to recall the horror that befell Bagamnon. Witnessing one of such strong convictions succumb to the lure of the Orosite was more than enough to convince me that the artifacts are too dangerous to remain in our hands. Once my quest is at an end, I shall entrust the stones to the Knowing Circle in Charlayan, that they might find them a suitable resting place. Now, is there aught you wish to ask of me? Clockwork City of Gog. Evolution legend tells of Gog, a city forged from iron and brass, and teeming with fantastical creations. From steam-powered airships to machino-servitors, the people who populated this modern metropolis were not unlike us Garleans, in that it was their lack of magical aptitude which spurred them to embrace technology. While the Durai papers mention little of Gog's location, there are passages as to its strange construction. There being no land to claim, her architects instead claimed the sky. This particular verse, along with some few others, suggests that the city was built up, rather than out, into something resembling a massive tower. Further mention of Gog comes in a description of an explosion of unknown origin that, if the papers are to be believed, brought down more than half of the city and resulted in its eventual abandonment. However, examination of heretofore untranslated portions of the document revealed details of a battle waged in the upper halls of the Clockwork City betwixt an automaton known as Construct 6 and our very own Ramza Belv. 6. 7's the one we fought, wasn't it? It was during this conflict that errant discharge from the former's weapons rent the city asunder. It is my belief that this event permanently disrupted the local etheric flow, ultimately creating an extraplanal fissure into which the Ridorana cataract now pours. The presence of such a fissure would have made rebuilding impossible, forcing the people of Gog to renounce their ancestral home and depart in search of another. I would like to think they travelled north and west to Ilzabad, settling in the land that would one day become Garlemald. Yet while traits such as an affinity for Machina and a lack of magical prowess align, I must admit, my theory is still mostly conjecture. Who is Yearsmut? As to its origins in mythology, your guess is as good as mine. However, it seems safe to assume that the creature you encountered, most certainly a Lucavi, was a construct of the Duma, born both of Begamnen's self-loathing and his desire for revenge. Before the fall of Nalbina Fortress, Begamnen was a Fusilier captain, charged with protecting the Crown Prince and Princess. When the royal twins perished, the proud Bunga blamed himself for their deaths. You said that when you confronted him on Ridorana, he believed you to be Imperial soldiers. I suspect this was a manifestation of Begamnen's fears, projected upon those nearby him by the Duma in an attempt to send the Bunga into a rage, making him more amenable to transformation, a ruse which ultimately succeeded. While much of this coincides with what befell Argath in the ruins of Lassalia, there is one important thing we have learned from our second bout with the Lucavi, that no obvious correlation appears to exist twixt the Aurosite catalyst and the resulting beast. This would imply that it is the subject that determines which Lucavi manifests, and that the Duma merely facilitates the process. What we cannot be certain of, however, is if the subject must ultimately make the transformation of its own volition. We know Begamnen desired the Duma's power to see revenge exacted, but did he foresee the relinquishing of both body and mind to achieve this end? Tell me something of your late wife. Tia was the love of my life, though ours was not love at first sight. We met through the theatre, she a young actress, me a struggling playwright. It was during our work together that we slowly succumbed to the tug of fate. As the summers passed, we grew closer, and our relationship soon extended beyond the professional. When I learned she was with child, I did not hesitate to ask her hand in marriage. The life growing within her would only serve to strengthen our bonds, to see us realise our dreams. And while the birth of both Ramza and Alma would do just that, the strength of our love served little to stay the inexorable march of time. Time that by some cruel twist of fate was not afforded my wife. The coughing fits came quickly and without warning, sapping her of her vigour and leaving her a pale reflection of the woman she once was. With her last breath, she bade me see that our children never came to harm, a duty I fear I have neglected of late. There is nothing I would not do, nothing, if it meant spending even a single moment again with my beloved. We have seen with our own eyes the evil Auracite might beget. But do not the Durai papers also speak of the good? In the hands of the just, even the fallen may rise. Nope. Abandon course. Red flags. Nay, 'tis folly. Pay me no heed. That's concerning. It's very sad, but also concerning that he's thinking of that he might be able to bring his wife back. Construct 6 was a secret character recruitable in FFT, as was Cloud, weirdly enough. That's funny. What's special about Tia's necklace? Until the revelation dealt us by our Moogle guests, the necklace was but a necklace, a reminder to my family of one taken too soon. It was a wedding gift I found for Tia while on a sojourn to Rabanasta 17 summers past. Having long been eager to explore the city, I convinced her to make the journey with me, despite the obvious danger in visiting the embattled territory. And what a beautiful city it was. History will never forgive my people for the crime of its destruction. But to my tale. It was in one of Rabanasta's labyrinthine markets that I purchased a necklace. An Imperial chapman was peddling what he claimed were local treasures, though I did not press him on how he came by the piece. It was not particularly expensive. So you can imagine my astonishment when I learned from Wagi that we have been in possession of a royal heirloom all this time. To think the necklace was once the property of Prince Razla, last of the Benagan line. Yet this revelation has only left us with more questions, the most obvious being, for what purpose was a larger Auracite split into 2 pieces and set, or mayhap hidden, in regalia? I pray the Durai papers will provide us with an answer. They're the same piece. That I did not realise. Need a newspaper to swat these NPCs that get very bad ideas, yes. In Tactics, Cloud could equip accessories that were female only. Oh, that's cool! That's awesome! Thanks to you, I have proven my courage. And now, by the sacred laws and charters that bind all theatre troupes, the Majestic must admit me to their ranks, Kupo. Who should I play first? Ramza? No, Delita. Definitely Delita. I suppose it would be mean-spirited to abandon my brother now that he has finally seen one of his madcap schemes to completion. Especially as I have nowhere else to go. Good thing I am handy with a lute, eh, Kupo? Alright. Go pick up the next quest. Is there as much stuff between the second and third dungeon raid as there was between the first and second? Because that was a lot. Considering that queue time, we will probably have to leave the third raid for another day. We'll get there. There's a fair bit. Okay. No crazy long fetch quests though. Okay, that's good. Well, we'll see how we go. It's worth trying to queue up for it, you know. You never know your luck. The path of most resistance. The worried look on Lena Muriela's face suggests she bears grave tidings. Or not. Greetings and salutations, Melchan. I suppose you are wondering whether or not the good Genimus has finally determined where in the world our next adventure is to take us. The good news is he has. The bad news, however... Now, while it is not in my nature to be sensationalist, sensationalism is in my job description, so please bear with me when I tell you that not all is right aboard the airship Lexingtale. Something about Ulma has me deeply worried. I would not trust this information in the hands of my publisher, let alone some sullen gate guard. Shall we continue our conversation on the Prima Vista, away from inquisitive ears? Okay. No worries, counting. Yeah, let me just check, because I remember the third muck raid actually popped surprisingly quickly, even though it was late. Let me just go check what time that was. Shadow of Muck. Not quick. Oh no, it's been 5 minutes. Yeah, it said average wait time 29 minutes, and then it popped in 6 minutes. That was about this time of night, though. Oh no, wait, no, that was in about an hour's time. Daylight savings. So it suddenly popped quickly? I don't know. You never really know. Yeah, you never really know, you know? We shall see. Principal Genimus claims to have learned much from his continued study of the Jurai papers. Still, he appears to be frustrated at a lack of information crucial to solving the mystery. With every moment that passes, my love for her doth grow more fierce. Oh gods, why must you torment me so? Shall I prepare the shuttle for you, my lady? Yes, let's go. The question is, then, where exactly did Rumza and his fellowship journey next? Hi. Ah, Melchan. To what do we owe this unexpected visit? I had not planned on summoning you for another several turns of the sun. I apologize if we have caused you any worry. I suppose one cannot allow a reporter in their midst and not expect her to report what she sees. Though I did expect a tad more discretion from Miss Murilla. Alma has, as of late, been experiencing difficulties with her health. Chirurgeons have been called upon to discern what exactly it is that ails her, but as far as they can tell, there is nothing physically wrong with my sister. The consensus is the rigours of an extended stay in a foreign land have taken their toll on her fragile heart. Melchan, when did you... Alma! I'm fine, brother. It is obvious you are not. You must return to your chambers and rest. I'm a healer. Want me to just Asuna her? Forgive me. Perhaps we shall speak again once I regain my strength. Until then, please, look after my father. Now then, where were we? Ah, yes, the matter of our next expedition. As we discovered during our most recent foray into the Ester Sands, the Dalmascan capital of Rabanasta appears to lie upon the ruins of what can only be the royal city of Lazalia, ancient capital of the lost kingdom of Ivalice. Shortly after, we stumbled across remnants of the legendary clockwork city of Gog, cleverly repurposed into a lighthouse overlooking the Ridorana cataract, remnants which now sit suspended above the fathomless chasm. Rosalia, Gog, what have they in common, you ask? I shall tell you. They both appear in my ancestors' account of the rise of Ivalice, the Dry Papers. And with each new discovery, this forbidden chronicle is now proving Ivalician legend to be more fact than fairy tale. There is no denying the proof, and it is but a matter of time before scholars and historians from across the realm come to the same conclusions. But as you are all aware, my aim has never been to simply prove the existence of Ivalice. No, I shall not rest till I have revealed the truth of young Ramza's role in King Delita's ascension, and cleared my ancestor Uran Durai of the false accusations made against him by the Church. What are we waiting for? Should we not send to Alma first? Yeah, she should go back home? Yeah, we should stay to Alma. Kugane's chirurgeons would have us believe she is in no immediate danger, as her illness is not one of the body, but of the mind. To borrow their words, her spirit is in a state of unbalance, and merely requires time to right itself. What? The frick does that mean? Alma will be fine as long as she remains in bed. The last thing she needs is any further excitement, especially at the paws of these meddlesome molebats. Though, I must admit, both Montblanc and his brother have proven more useful than I would ever have dared to imagine. When it comes to usefulness, I am first in the field. Or was it furriest in the field? Would you like to feel my fur, Kippo? I would, actually. Can I pet you? And you wonder why Ramza despises you so, brother. They do all the work, and all you do is jest, Kippo. Ah, but you are mistaken, Hurdy. I bear neither you nor your brother any ill will. Any further ill will, that is. If anything, I owe you my thanks for your recent contributions. His thanks? Are you hearing what I'm hearing? What happened to the venom-spitting adder we all used to know and hate? I don't know, but I don't care. Alma certainly seems pleased with the change, but forgive me for not buying into this all-too-convenient transformation. Simply showing the world that Ivalice actually existed will not validate the claims chronicled in the Dry Papers. That is correct, Father. The key lies with Ramza Belv. If we can find evidence of his hidden role in history, it will prove Oren's testimony true and safeguard our family name from ridicule. Which is why I turned the focus of my research to Delita's forgotten companion and his actions during the War of the Lions. It was only then I discovered something most intriguing, an underlying struggle with an unknown force, a force with the power to bring about calamitous ruin. Auracite! The twisted abominations we encountered in both Lazalia and Gog, the Lucavi, they are born of these unholy crystals. While nobles of the north and south squabbled over Ivalice's crown, Ramza silently sought to rid the world of a darker evil, evil manifest from the deepest desires of men and women whose minds had fallen prey to the Auracite. And with each confrontation did Ramza's fellowship grow smaller. Countless companions lost to a cause that would go unwritten, yet was far more important than any clash of armies. And so did they endure, until reaching their final destination, the Auburn Monastery. He's not being a butt. Something's wrong. Something's wrong and we don't care. We're not going to fix it. Yeah. Oh, I know this one. The Orbone Monastery is where Princess Ovelia was raised. There is a scene about it in the Zodiac Brave story. After Delita emerged victorious in his final campaign, he married the princess to legitimate his claim to the throne of Ivalice. Ah, I see someone has been paying attention. But I don't understand. Why would Rums's crusade against the Lucavi take him back there? According to the Durai papers, the sinister being who engendered the Auracite was said to have slumbered beneath the monastery. But who or what would have the means to create something so powerful? Ultima, the High Seraph. Excuse me? A seraph? What's a seraph? Seraphs are believed by some to be servants of the gods, divine beings, whose only purpose is to carry out the will of their immortal masters. As to whether or not Ultima can claim this title, however, I cannot say. That sounds like an Ascian. Just as there were those who chose to worship Ultima and her otherworldly might, there were equally as many who feared the visitor and her deadly magics, oft referring to her as the Angel of Blood for the carnage left in her wake. Interesting. What if the spell Melchan claims to have experienced in the Praetorium, coincidentally also called Ultima, was in fact an elegant interpretation of the very magics introduced to Heidelin by the High Seraph? But that would mean... What would that mean? I have spoken with several colleagues back in Charlayan regarding their opinions on the ancient incantation, and while they yet have little to show for their research, they all agree on one thing. The manner in which Ultima ethereally manifests should not be possible, at least on Heidelin. So, it would naturally make sense if we discovered that the Alligans learned the spell from a being not of this dimensional plane. As to exactly how they convinced the being to impart that knowledge unto them... Not of this plane? What manner of creature are we talking about here? Hey Sid. Likely one similar to Omega. By the way, I'm here. Sorry, needed to drink some water. How long have you been listening from the shadows, my friend? Long enough. I'm here to deliver the item Makoto requested. Sid, there was no need for you to deliver it personally. A Moogle would have sufficed. A Moogle? And trust that he won't tear open the package and show it to some random adventurer? No, this was far too important. If you two do not mind, the principal was about to tell us how to find the Orbone Monastery. Would that I could. You don't know? Then what have we been doing here? At ease, Lady Murilla. The Durai papers speak of a cataract situated on the river Zaychel, several leagues southeast of Rabanasta. There supposedly lies the monastery. Zaychel is not a name you will find on any modern Damascan map. Rivers, however, especially ones as large as the Zaychel is established to be, are rare in a nation more than half claimed by the sand. The river we seek can only be that which bisects Golmor on the Nagsian border. Sorry, words are hard. I'm still very tired from medication today, I apologise. And for that invaluable information, we owe thanks to our brothers Moogle. Their travels have made them veritable authorities on Dalmascan geography. Wait, but earlier you claimed you didn't know the monastery's whereabouts. I'm confused. Its location is not what concerns me, but perhaps the Mughals themselves should explain. Why, certainly. That verdant valley of vines and vipers to where we must voyage next is home to the Viera. And therein lies our little problem. The one thing the Viera do not suffer is trespassers. Not even lovable Mughals, Kupo. Our glamours kept us hidden long enough to see the jungle was teeming with ruins, much like those we've discovered in Lazalia and Gog. But the Viera trackers eventually found us and took us before their elders. We barely escaped with our palms, Kupo. So that is why we are still here talking, instead of bound for the border. There are Viera who have spurned the strict code of their tribes, abandoning their people to come and live in the cities of Dalmasca. Finding and recruiting one to our cause might provide us with insight into how to reach the Auburn Monastery ruins. Unfortunately, the nation's current turmoil has not made it easy to accomplish this task. We still require more time. Were Viera in tactics? I know they were in 12, but were they also in tactics? Before boarding the shuttle here, I was stopped by a Bungar on the docks. He asked me if I knew a Melchanangora and bid I deliver her a message. I told him he was welcome to accompany me to the Prima Vista so that he might deliver the message himself, but the man refused. Mikoto, I saw this device crafted to your exact specifications, but cannot guarantee that it will function as intended, seeing as I had nary a subject to test it on. Of course, Master Sid. If any trouble is met, then most likely it is my design that is to blame. That's a big needle. Your confidence in my craftsmanship is flattering, but you sell yourself too short, my dear. Here's to your success. Good day. Bye, Sid. Good to see ya. Hey, R-Rise, welcome. Not tactics, but tactics advanced. Ah, okay. Only humans were left in tactics. Ah, okay. Interesting. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, so Viera came out with Shadowbringers, so this was kind of like I guess this might have been like a tease for Viera coming. There is no question that Ivalice once stood atop the lands we now call Dalmasca, but with the passage of time have remnants of those eras past faded beyond recognition. If only the great library at Rabanasta still stood. My knowledge is limited, but if there is aught you wish to ask... Who's the High Seraph? Very little is known of the High Seraph, other than that it was she who created the Aura Site and scattered its shards across Heidelin. As for if the entity be angel or demon, well, that depends on which fairy tale you choose to believe. Though, after witnessing the terror of the Lucavi firsthand, it is difficult to imagine that one truly pure of heart would design something that might give rise to such evil. That said, it appears the Aura Site itself contains no evil. The stones merely serve as an amplifier of sorts for the desires of those who come into their possession. If that desire is one swollen fat with rage, one of dominance or revenge, then it is made manifest as a Lucavi. Such was the case with Argath and Begamnon. Conversely, if the wielder's intentions are just, then they are rewarded with what can only be described as miracles. Legends provide us with countless tales of the Zodiac Braves granting succor to those wounded, or even fallen in battle. Perhaps this is why history cannot decide on the alignment of the stone's creator. If the being truly hails from some other plane of existence, as Mikoto suggested, then we would be fools to think she might be beholden to the same values we hold dear. I'm still thinking void sense, but Sid compared her to Omega, so The Golmore Jungle is an endless swath of pristine emerald, situated in the southern-eastern corner of Dalmasca on the Nungshin border. The hot and humid climes of the region have given rise to a nigh impenetrable expanse of towering sentinels and noisome bogs, in which all manner of flora and fauna is allowed to flourish, without the interference of man. Our very own Montblanc, however, claims that on his short traipse through the region, he stumbled across numerous ruins of unknown origin. From what we have learned from our own research and expeditions, I would surmise these sites are somehow connected to ancient Ivalice. While it is true that the Durai papers make no mention of a jungle the likes of Golmore, more than 1,000 summers have passed since my ancestor penned the chronicle. Any number of things could have given rise to a marked change in the environment. Even one of your calamities, perhaps. And one cannot speak of Golmore without mention of its enigmatic inhabitants. As you know, the rainforest is also home to the Viera, self-proclaimed guardians of the wood. Though those who claim that title count themselves fewer with each coming spring, as more and more of the Liparine abandon their ancestral homes for the comforts of the cities. Still, many Viera continue their adherence to a strict code that has governed their people since ere the age of Ivalice. None may enter their jungle, and none may leave. To the Viera, Golmore is sacred ground, and they will not suffer what they view as a desecration of their sovereign domain by outsiders. This is especially true for those who would dare hunt in their lands. I would one day wish to see her ruins with mine own eyes, but without the consent of those who call the jungle home, I fear that day may never come. As I believe I have explained before, the hero Rumza Belv and the Palpa become king Delita Hayril were the closest of companions throughout most of their adolescence. Rumza was the youngest son of House Belv, an old and respected bloodline of warriors. Delita was the son of farmers in service to the Belvs. Normally, one mightn't expect the paths of two with such different backgrounds to cross, but fate chose to intervene. When Delita's parents fall victim to a terrible plague, Rumza's father takes the orphan boy and his sister into his home and raises them as his own. Sensing greatness in young Delita, Barbaneth elects to enroll him in the Royal Military Academy with Rumza. However, not but several moons before their graduation does great tragedy befall them both. Noble children from across the realm are being abducted by a radical faction of dissident knights and ransomed to their families. Amongst those kidnapped is Delita's only sister, Tietra, mistaken to be of high birth for her place at Barbaneth Belv's table. Or at least so they thought. It turns out the whole affair is a plot set in motion by a petty noble by the name of Argath Thadolphus. Yes, the very course you encountered deep within the ruins of Lassalia. You see, Argath and Delita were classmates at the academy, yet the former despised the latter, jealous of the base-born upstart who was always first in his class, from swordplay to letters. And so Argath approaches the renegade knights and tells them of Ramza's sister. Only instead of describing Alma's features, he gives them Tietra's, that they might kidnap his true rival's kin. And they do. However, when the commander overseeing the rescue efforts of these noble children learns that it is not Alma but Tietra they have taken, he abandons all attempts at peaceful exchange with the brigands, refusing to waste valuable resource on a mere commoner. Rumza and Delita plead with the officer to reconsider, but the order to storm the knight's hideout and burn it to the ground are carried out with cold precision. The mission is a success, and the dissidents, including Argath, are slain to a man. But so, too, is poor Tietra. Aww. Having learned the true worth of his blood, Delita leaves both the academy and his friend Rumza behind to forge a new path, one that would ultimately lead to war. 5 summers will pass before the two meet again. Ramza and Oran. According to my ancestors' writings, Tietra's passing did not only serve to shape Delita, but Ramza as well. Ramza was possessed of 2 older brothers, both who had built reputations for themselves as fearless and cunning warriors, worthy of the Belv name. However, soon after the raid that seems Tietra slain, Ramza learns of his brother's involvement in that affair. The shock upon realising his own kin's disdain for the common man is too much to bear, and Ramza abandoned his duty as son of House Belv, choosing instead to consign himself to a life of wayfaring. It is while serving a band of mercenaries that he meets Oran Durai. Oran, adoptive son of General Sidolphus Orlando, is tasked by his father to discover the identity of those truly behind the War of the Lions, though what he discovers will mark him for life. Orlando was long an enemy of House Belv, but the general had always been a proponent of peace. On many an occasion did he attempt to stave the hands of conflict by providing resolution that would benefit both sides, only to find his efforts thwarted by a force unseen. Throughout all this, the Church maintained its neutrality, openly refusing to endorse either order, yet this was little more than a facade. The truth was they silently wielded their influence over both sides, seeking to draw out the war that the armies might grow ever weaker. It is during this time the Church begins its search for the Zodiac Stones, or what we now know as Auracite. Their aim is to gain support of the war-weary small folk by dangling the promise of peace delivered by legendary warriors descended from the heavens, the Zodiac Braves. Oran Durai suspects the plot might bring great harm to the realm, but lacks the proof he requires to implicate the Church in any wrongdoing. A church in a JRPG? Doing wrong things? When all hope is nearly lost, Oran encounters Ramza, already branded a heretic by the Church for his discovery of several of the clergy's inconvenient truths, and learns that together they might be able to make a difference, for Ramza holds the Shard of Auracite. Threatened by Ramza's actions, but unable to successfully subdue the young man or his Auracite, the Church turns their attention to Sidolphus Orlando, and condemns the general as they did Ramza, in a ploy to drive him from the kingdom. This betrayal by the Church only serves to embolden Sidolphus, and it is not long before he joins Ramza and his son in their efforts to prevent the Auracite's blight from spreading further. How did Ramza use the Auracite? While Delita waged his war for all to see, Ramza remained hidden, choosing to deal with the Lucavi from the shadows. When the tiny fellowship was not hunting the horrors spawned by the holy stones, they were hounded by knights and brigands set upon them by the Church. Yet despite this, Ramza oft found his thoughts returning to his old friend, Delita, now an intelligencer with the Order of the Southern Sky. Delita had also not forgotten about his childhood companion, learning of both Ramza's troubles and the Church's scheming soon after joining the Order. He could not, however, come to Belv's aid. Hyrule had proven himself a capable warrior and a charismatic leader, and was using this momentum to silently orchestrate a play for Ivalice's throne. If he were to openly oppose the Church, it would prove disastrous. Ramza, though, had already been branded a heretic. Through Ramza, Delita might freely raise his sword against the Church without consequence to himself, as long as their allegiance remained unknown. Now, one might view this as the future king simply using his companion to see their own desires to fruition. Why, even Oran himself opines on the matter in his papers. However, both Delita and Ramza were quick to recognise that as long as the blight engendered by the Auracite was allowed to spread unchecked, that true peace could never be realised. Their solution was ingenious. Delita took his place on the field of battle to bring an end to the War of the Lions, while Ramza took to the shadows to excise the otherworldly cankers that befouled the realm from within. There you go. Tactics was one of the earlier RPGs to do the evil church thing. Ah, okay. I think I read about the Auburn Monastery, didn't I? Or did I? I don't think I did, actually. Alright, I think this is the last one. I'll restart it. The Durai papers tell us that the Auburn Monastery overlooks a grand cataract on a river known as the Zeichel. The building was allegedly ancient in Oran's time, with no record as to exactly when or by whom it was constructed. We do know, however, that the building had deep ties with the Akatsa dynasty, rulers at the time of the War of the Lions, and was oft used by the royal family to house prisoners, before finally being converted into a place of worship, a tradition that seemingly continued even after the conversion. Oran writes that Princess Ovelia Akasha, the last rightful heir to the Ivalician throne, was confined to the cloister for much of her young life, before her eventual marriage to Delita. Yet though the Cenobites at Orbone were part of a contemplative order within the Church of Glabados, they remained oddly exempt from the High Confessor's authority. Now, you may ask, if Orbone was a monastery, then why was Ovelia, a girl, admitted? Well, it appears early scholars may have misinterpreted an important term, and in ancient Ivalice, the word for both monastery and convent are the same. However, seeing as Orbone was inhabited not by monks but by nuns, it would have been better suited had the word been rendered as abbey, which itself is more encompassing. Is that a jab at translation? In addition to their daily prayer, these nuns crafted ales and wines from ingredients grown on their land, and sold them to desert townships that lacked ready access to potable water. While the Durai papers indicate the monastery, or abbey, as Ramses' final destination before his disappearance, it does not state why his journey was to take him there. Considering that Oran actually accompanied Ramza on this quest, it is hard to believe that the chronicler would not know, leading me to believe there was a reason for this omission, one that I believe will unlock this entire mystery. Alright, that was a lot of lore, damn. I have no issue with Ramza's unexpected change of heart, just with how it actually came about. I fear it might be the aura site playing with his heart, Kupo. I sensed a surge of aether, the precise moment he came in contact with the necklace, though that surge has since passed, Kupo. Both Montblanc and his brother Herdy have proved invaluable to our expedition. I owe them my thanks. And, I suppose, an apology. I admit, when they first arrived, I was wary of their ability to contribute to the cause. However, over the past moons, they have done their damnedest to prove me wrong. I used to believe that we Garleans were inherently better than, well, everyone else. I suppose a part of me still does. It was what I was raised to believe. It was what all Garlean children are. Only now have I begun to realise the fool I was. Our exile here has forced me to face the arrogance that has controlled me my whole life. And what I found was that I was simply frightened. Frightened of change. Frightened of admitting I was weak. And so I lashed out. And I'm sorry that you, Montblanc, Boagi, and the others had to suffer. A huge change of heart. You won't believe this, but since our time together in the Clockwork City, Ramza and I have grown inseparable. Why, I'd consider him a closer companion now than even my good brother Herdy. Just don't let Herdy know that, Kupo. Something is obviously very wrong with poor Alma, and why her father doesn't seem to pay her condition much mind is something we should all be wary of. What was that side quest? Making bacon bread. Yeah. My friend, why the hurry? There is little in this world more important than a chest of steel, unless it is calves of granite. Would you care to join me for a few thousand lunges? Your body will thank you in the morning, as will your lover. This guy's hilarious. I must stay ever limber for... why, for the stage, of course. What did you think I meant? At first we thought Alma was merely a tad under the weather. The winds up here can prove quite chilly, but now... I took in a performance at the Mujikosa the other day, and must say, it was quite an experience. I, of course, had no idea what was going on, but it all sounded brilliant. The local courtesan who accompanied me explained it was a tale of 13 samurai. Ronin, I believe she called them. who embarked on a journey to avenge their slain lord. All in all, 'twas a bloody affair that ended in the death of everyone, save the tiny fellow in charge of the lightning, but the audience were on their feet cheering for more. Principal Genimus claims that the rifts twixt any two cultures can be bridged through the telling of tales, though I worry that anyone who would cheer an ignoble death in the service of one already dead will be unable to appreciate aught we might offer them here on the Prima Vista. Oh, and I said that out loud, didn't I? How careless of me. Okay, gonna move on. We've got 2 storage nodes now, Alpha and Beta. These were the originals. Do you know the Wandering Minstrel? Did I? The minstrel with the dishevelled hair, as strange a fish as any I've seen, and I've seen plenty on my travels. Most bards simply retell the tales of high adventure, adding a twang of the lute here and a toot of the fife there for flavour. But the Wandering Minstrel is different. He seems inclined to challenge his audience, then entertain him. One might say he is a god creating worlds for his children to play in. Or not. A god would never be caught wearing those spectacles. Still, there is much a playwright like myself might learn from such a fellow. Beta. Koto? Oh yeah, those ones. I appreciate that lore's all here to read whenever you want. Before Sid left, again, he handed me another of his strange contraptions. Mumbled something about it being a modified version of the elegant storage node. Would you care to take a listen? Way ahead of you, buddy. My thoughts drift often to my brothers in Garlemald. I fear they think I have somehow abandoned them. Aww. I did it, friend! I took our principal's words to heart and spent a moon travelling the islands of the Ruby Sea. A moon? Jeez. A long time is between these patches. I eventually ended up on Onakoto, where I was taken in by a merry band of Confederates. What characters they all were. We feasted and drank until morning, singing the songs of our people. When the Prima Vista first arrived in Kugane, I told myself I would not let my grief overcome me. I put my head down and concentrated on my craft. It was not until much later that I realised that by paying that grief no heed, I had allowed it to swell like a storm head in winter. But now I found I can be happy again, or at least try to be. Grief? Grief for who? Did I miss something? I think I missed something. That's a reference to an actual Japanese historical incident that became a famous play, the incident of the 47 Ronin, also known as the Ako incident. They basically forced to commit ritual suicide the man they held responsible for the death of their master. 46 of them were sentenced to forced ritual suicide, and 1 was pardoned. Whoa! I had not heard that story before. Thank you for that. Okay, onwards with the story. That was a lot of lore. Interesting lore, though. I sense that you are interested in the package Sid delivered. I have every intention to apprise you of its contents. But first, I believe we should speak of Alma's condition. Do you not find her illness all too timely? Genimus and Ramza would like to believe that her bouts of vertigo are naught but a result of a mind fatigued, but the answer is clear. It is the auracite that plagues her. Alma recently confided in me that she would hear her father speaking with the Otius, well before even his first foray into Rabanasta. However, I do not think this entirely true. Which is not to imply that Alma is trying to deceive us. Rather, I think she saw something that led her to believe her father was conversing with the auracite. Moreover, I suspect it was the auracite itself that granted her this vision. You recall my hypothesis on distinct frequency NRR-type harmonic vibrations and their tendency to promote ethereal amplification? Or would I mention that despite being in the principal's possession for an extended period, The Otius exhibited none of the imprinting present in the Duma? No? The Otius has never resonated with Genimus. It has always been his wife's pendant and its auracite shard, the Virgo, that fueled his passion for Ivalice. No, the Otius is bound to Alma's deepest desires, whatever those may be. The only reasons I can fathom that Alma has not fallen victim to the auracite's grasp is that her desires are not as strong as those we have witnessed in Argath or Begamnon. That and the ethereal interference caused by other nearby shards. I've explained all of this to Alma and recommended that she destroy the necklace, yet not only did she refuse, but she begged me to keep this revelation from her father. And so I did the only thing I could. I devised a means with which I might impede, or at least lessen, the effects of the Otius. This device, while still incomplete, will amplify the NRR wavelengths emitted by the Virgo. This should work to interfere with those emitted by the Otius, thereby shielding Alma from the brunt of their effect. Won't that make the Virgo stronger? The city below is all abuzz with word of a Bungan brigand loitering about the airship landing. Do you think it could be someone we know, Kubo? Hey Ava, how are you? I don't think I've grabbed Inscription yet. I think I wishlisted it. It looks really good though. I have watched a lot of people playing it, so I kind of know a lot of the meta stuff with it. But it looks fun to play as well. I like card games, so... I've taken a piece of the Virgo and fitted it to my device. It may, however, still require some time to calibrate properly. Yeah, Inscription looks really good. Alright, talk with Bwaggy. Hey Bwaggy. Bwaggy! It was Bwaggy and his companions. Perhaps they know of the Orbone Monastery. Sky pirates are bound to have travelled the whole of Damascus on their many misdeeds. Would you marry... No. Might you consider having me for your... No. I believe I would make a fine father to... Oh, most definitely no. What am I thinking? I was, reciting my lines for a new play. Yes, that is all. Would you, allow a man some privacy? Cute. Apologies, Melchan, but I needed to speak with you, and you alone. Oh, don't mind me, Kupo. I'll just be floating over here in perfect earshot. Why, you? What makes you think I won't lay you low? Right here, right now. Because we're here to offer you a proposition, that's what. We need information on the Golmore jungle, and thought a man as well-travelled as you might be persuaded to provide some. Golmore? You of all creatures should know that is Vieira land. What are you offering then? Why, the opportunity to tell us what you know. Genimus believes our next adventure lies beneath the jungle canopy, Kupo. I should have expected as much. Very well. Melchan, I came to ask if you would meet someone. Now it seems that someone may be able to assist Genimus as well. Seeing as you and the principal did right by us before, I do not see a reason why I cannot take both of you. Okay. That was far easier than I thought it would be, Kupo. Let me know when you are ready to depart for Rabanasta. We will travel in our airship. The Prima Vista would draw too much unwanted attention. Okay. We're meeting someone? Was it? What a lovely day. Back to a life of brigandry in the clouds, are we? Of course not. Not that it didn't cross our minds. But when faced with the decision of what to do next, we needed simply to remember the dying words of our leader. Hijuk, Renok, and I decided to re-enlist as Dalmascan Fusiliers. And the occupying Garleans actually said yes, Kupo? Not exactly. We're now with the Resistance. Grrr. You no doubt heard of the uprising in Dalmasca that followed the Doman liberation, and how it was crushed under the iron heel of the 4th Legion. The Resistance leaders were captured, tortured, and publicly executed. Yet, much to the Empire's chagrin, the gruesome display only served to further rally the survivors. Remove one head and 2 grow back in its place. Remove 2 and then there are 4. A person can die, but an ideal will live on. Now there exist several factions throughout Dalmasca. We belong to one known as Lent's Tears. And when we told our commanding officer of our recent crossing with you and yours, she simply insisted that we introduce you. Me? But I wasn't even supposed to be here, Kupo. Mont Blanc. Not you, Hairball. Her. Meet with the General and hear her proposal, Melchan. If you are not interested, we shall return you to Kugane unharmed. You have our... Curl got your tongue? Rabanasta dead ahead, lads. Vroom. Yeah, I kind of hope we get to help out Rabanasta. That would be cool. Help them rebuild as well. Oh, it's so sad how many places have just been ruined by the Empire. This way, we have many miles to cover before nightfall. Riera! I've done as asked. I bring you the Liberator. And here I thought should be taller. Is that straight up Fran? I knew it! A Vieira! It is Fran! That's the same character from 12, isn't it? That was the Vieira from there. I'm Fran, proud daughter of Dalmasca and general of Lent Tears. And yes, Moogle, I am a Vieira. Are you surprised? It is the same character? Nice. That's cool. Why yes, in fact I am. Her kind are all supposed to be living amongst the trees, having shunned contact with the outer world, Kupo. There are supposedly a few who have left their homes, but I most certainly did not expect to see one here in this sewer. I do remember a few things, yes. I wonder if any of this dialogue's different if you are a Vieira. Indeed. This Bunga claims you seek Orbone. Does he speak true? Nod. I heard it's a fun raid. Those ruins lie deep within the Golmore jungle, a place most sacred to my sisters. They would take great offence were you to defile it with your presence. What is more, Bwagi tells me you travel with Garleans, openly aiding those who would see our nation burn. How can we place our trust in one who would do such? Genimus and his family defected long ago. They are not your enemy. My blade has tasted the blood of too many Garleans to count. I mean, I kind of want to... I kind of wanted to just brag about, hey, I helped liberate Alamigo and Doma. I don't think Genimus in his fit. Maybe they're your enemy. I don't know. There's something up with them, but hey. A Garlean is a Garlean. Their pathetic attempt at absolution only proves their past guilt. You misunderstand. Kind Genimus does not approve of the Emperor's warmongering. He wants to help Damaska and its impoverished masses, Kupo. And what would a Moogle know about my people? Does your blood run Damascan red? We could cut you open and find out. General, there is no need for threats. You are right, Bwagi. Let us then parley. Parley? Parley. First, the resistance requires men and women from Doma and the Eorzean Alliance, to join us in ridding Dalmasca of its imperial invaders. Well, I don't speak for the Alliance or Doma. I can pass on along a message, though. Your past deeds have made you well known to the leaders of both. They will listen to you, or if not, they will listen to these scions to which you claim allegiance. Second, the resistance requires gold. Gold to strengthen our forces from within. Your allies are in bed with the East Ildenard Trading Company, which continues its dealings with Garlemald, even as you raise your sword against them, profiting from the Empire's rampant aggression. As targets of that aggression, I believe my people are entitled to a portion of those profits. Yeah, you try and tell Hancock that. There's a couple gear sets from Ridorana that reference other characters from 12. The striking set is Varn, and the aiming set is Balthia. Ah, that's cool. Player character Viera don't come from here? Ah, okay. Grant me these simple things, and I shall personally guide you safely to the ruins of Orbone. And what of the Lixentales? See me to victory, and I'll take the Emperor himself. Those are my conditions. What say you? I will deliver your request to the Scions, but can promise no more. Promise me first my companions will see no harm. I'll deliver your request to the Scions. Tell them my demands, but know the fate of your expedition hangs on how well you do so. I'd say we have our work cut out for us, Kupo. Bwagi, you and the Fusiliers are to accompany the Liberator. I expect a detailed report on how my demands are received. Yes, General. Not that I expect them to be taken seriously. You are a fool to trust them, Princess. A fool to trust them. Do not be put off by Lady Fran. The General has quite the edge to her, but it is only because she wants what is best for the Resistance. I finally come to accept Begamnon is gone for good, but I will never forget how he met his end. I cannot allow my hatred to consume me as it did him. The General is not too bad once you're on her good side. Her only good side being her backside. But you didn't hear that from me. That could be taken a different way. What an adventure, Kupo! Just think, by tomorrow, we could all be the newest members of the Damascan Resistance. Not that I'm ready to give up my place on the Prima Vista just yet. Bum, 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 bum. They mentioned the mentions of Damascan red. That's actually a color, isn't it? That's a shade of red. No, I'm thinking of Dalamud red. Never mind. That one. Welcome to their jungle. Welcome to their jungle. Montblanc is eager to return to the Prima Vista and report on your findings. Hurry, hurry! If I don't tell someone of our adventure quick, I'll positively burst, Kupo! I really want these two to get together and fall in love. Quickly check for some new dialogue. Alma was not comfortable with me using the shard of the Virgo found in her necklace, so I instead took the one from the necklace Begamnon wore. Okay. The body is but a vessel for the soul, a puppet which bends to the soul's something. And lo, the body is not eternal, for... Oh, you must forgive me, Melchan. I was lost in my work. Several of my patrons are expecting returns on their considerable investments, you see. And you went to the Ruby Sea. Most of them don't have new dialogue. This little group probably does, though. Let me tell them, Melchan. Let me, Kupo. Well, go ahead. Where have you been? In Robinasta? With Montblanc? Why didn't you tell me? How am I supposed to report on something if I'm not there to see it? Sorry. You can watch the VOD though. I'll never stop making VOD jokes. This woman asks much of us. The Vieira have ever been wary of outsiders. For centuries their many tribes have remained hidden in the jungles, content with their self-imposed solitude. Each tribe has its own strict code, and will meet swift punishment to any who would defy these laws. As such, Many a Viera will spend her entire life bound to the territory of her ancestors, both unwilling and unable to venture beyond its borders. And while the tribes are wholly independent, they have agreed to uphold a single standard: shun all contact with the outside world, unless it is to protect the jungle. That said, with every generation, there are those Viera who long for a life beyond the verdant sea of trees, and abandon their tribes to start a new life in the kingdom cities. My guess is that this Fran is one such individual. He also happens to be the only individual we know who can guide us to the monastery, Kippo. It seems Melchan's sword arm won't be enough to see us through this predicament. She'll need to don the right mantle of a diplomat if we're to convince the Alliances and the East Aldenard Trading Company to grant us aid. What could go wrong? Phone call. Is it Sid? Who got a phone call? Hancock, okay. Yes, I know you said not to call unless it was urgent, but this is urgent. Alright, not exactly, but my superiors have come to a decision on your request, and I thought you might want to hear what they had to say. Oh, and let me preempt any request for immediate disclosure with a reminder that the information is much too sensitive to discuss over Link Pearl. Meet me at the Ruby Bazaar post-haste, and I shall duly apprise you of their judgment. Well then, Melchan, what are we waiting for? Nod. It saddens me that I cannot be of any aid. You have every right to think me weak, Melchan, for I am. At least now I might admit it. Has my brother been behaving? And here I ask this already knowing the answer, Kupo. A trip to the Ruby Bazaar? Will there be refreshments? No? Well then, count me out, Kupo. I pray for your success, Melchan. Not because I'm a man of religious tendencies, mind you. It simply feels like the proper thing to do in these sorts of situations. The device is operational, but its ethereal output is still far below what could be deemed optimal. I shall require more time to calibrate it. Okay. I've read about how you united the whole of Eorzea under a single standard, and convinced the Holy See to end a 1,000-year conflict. Compared to that, asking for a few soldiers and a coffer or 3 of gil should be a piece of Rollenberry cake. I suppose we should inform Bwagi down at Kugane Landing of our progress. You mentioned he was to keep an eye on us. All this Ivalice talk has got you puttering around in FF12? Ah, nice. Hope you enjoy. I've informed Wagi of our situation. We are ready to make for the Ruby Bazaar when you are. I cannot bear it any longer. If I do not see her soon, my heart will shatter into 1,000 pieces. But my lines, of course. I come here to practice them. Obviously. Now, if you don't mind, some privacy, milady. Fran is not... Oh no, seeing that dialogue. Alright. So you have an answer from East Aldenard already. Impressive. It would seem the Lady Fran has underestimated your influence amongst the realm's players. I assume you have no objections to me joining you then? Nope. Let's go. You get to meet Hancock. Roanoke and I will stay here with the airship. Our last foray into the city was met with one too many cold stares for my liking. Aww. Vessels such as ours require extensive maintenance to remain skyworthy. You and Bwagi take as long as you need. Bum, bum, bum. Aetherite. Over here. Bum. Whenever you are ready, Mo-chan. Hancock awaits us in the bazaar. Shall we, Mo-chan? Yeah. Oi. A lovely lady and a bunga? And here I was expecting you would be alone, Mo-chan. But excuse my manners. I am Hancock, representative of the East Aldenard Trading Company, assigned to oversee her assets here in Kugane. It is a pleasure to meet you. Oh, hi. And I am Yugiri. We apologize for making you come all this way. Not that it is far from the landing to... Bwagi, was it? I serve Lord Hien, rightful ruler of Doma. I have come bearing my lord's reply to your entreaty. And I am Tataru Taru of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I'm only here seeing as no one else could be bothered. Well, that and to bear a message from the leaders of the Eorzean Alliance. Thank you both for coming. I am Bwagi, formerly of the Damascan Royal Fusiliers. I now claim allegiance to Lentz Tiers, a resistance group seeking to accomplish what you have in Doma and Alamigo. What tidings have you brought us? Allow me to begin, then. While the East Aldenard Trading Company sympathizes with your plight, we are not in a position to grant you the funding you seek. Well. As you are aware, the East Aldenard Trading Company prides itself in its neutrality, be it in matters political or personal. And what of our relationship with the Eorzean Alliance? Ah, yes. What I meant to say was, here in Hingashi, the East Aldenard Trading Company prides itself in its neutrality, be it in matters political and, You must understand our position. Simply supplying coin to any one group would make it appear that we somehow favour that group over another. Seeing as we conduct business openly and fairly with everyone, doing such would be sending the wrong message, and ultimately harm profits. Yes. And by selling to both sides, you maximise profits while good men and women perish. How convenient. We are a business, milady. We do what we must to survive. That does not mean, however, we are blind to the needs of our customers or our allies, which is why we support the Eorzean Alliance and their noble efforts to safeguard their realm's freedom through a mutually beneficial arrangement. If it were my choice, I would provide your little resistance with all the funding it needs, but as my good friend Mo-chan knows all too well, it is not my choice. Well, now that Hancock's thoroughly lowered your spirits, you won't be as crestfallen when I inform you the Eorzean Alliance will also be unable to provide any assistance. And let me guess, you did everything in your power to try and convince the leaders of each city-state, only to watch as they politely declined our proposal, claiming an unfortunate lack of intelligence or resources. Wait, how did you... Lord Hien sends his greetings to you and yours, and under normal circumstances would welcome allies still suffering under the Imperial yoke. However, word has it that the latest attempt at reclaiming your kingdom ended in failure, resulting in the loss of countless lives, including many of the Resistance's leaders. You are not mistaken. Our army is not what it once was. Those remaining have been forced to take refuge deep beneath the streets of Rabanasta. The 4th Legion has already defeated you once. Lacking unity and leadership, the current resistance will not survive another tilt against the Empire's disciplined ranks. If Doma is to join hands with Damaska as an ally, you must first prove to us that you will stand as one. Doma as a full-fledged ally would serve far better to strengthening our cause than a few temporary soldiers. Yet even if we were able to wrest Damaska from the Empire's grasp, without unity amongst your people, the resulting chaos could prove even more perilous to the kingdom. You understand much of our situation. And based on that understanding, you would refuse your aid to Lent's Tears, am I correct? Do not mistake me. Lord Hien's refusal is but a message to help you plan your next step. You have a wise master. He understands that without proper planning, driving one enemy from your midst simply creates room for the next. Lady Fran will no doubt be pleased to hear that your response was exactly what she expected. You knew this whole time that your demands would be rejected, yet still you let this farce play out? You have my apologies, but this was all necessary to prove an important point to our leader. Lady Fran needed to show the princess just exactly what she was getting herself into, and your honesty today will serve us better than any hollow promise. Thank you. Wait, what about the Golmore jungle? Can you believe this? We're right back to where we started. Principal Genimus will not be pleased. There's a ton of stealth 12 to 14 connections that have you hankering to replay 12 to figure out what it means. Like just names being the same and stuff like that. Ah, that's cool. Yeah, 12 did look fun to play, honestly. Well. See if Hancock has anything else to say, but I doubt it. Hello. Oh yeah, they're all waiting for me to do MSQ. Oh, night time. What's the closest Aetherite? Markets. Oh, you fell asleep before I met Asahi? Ah, yep. Asahi is a, interesting, person. If it is as you say, it is most unfortunate. But I suppose we did everything in our power, and that is all one could ask. I still do not understand. Why would Lady Fran send Melchan on this wild Picer chase, if she knew from the start it would be for naught? Craigie mentioned something about Fran proving a point to their leader, whomever that may be. People in positions of power can prove both naive and stubborn creatures. Simply telling a leader she is wrong may not convince her of the fact. Seeing one's own plan fail, however, is oft the best medicine. Naive and stubborn? Then the resistance is doomed. If a person as imposing as Fran is taking orders from her, then chances are this leader is even worse, Kupo. I would not be so certain, Montblanc. My guess is that the individual in question is still quite young and inexperienced, and that Lady Fran is trying to teach her to be an effective leader through example. By allowing her to make her own mistakes, Fran is granting her the ability to learn and grow from them, an experience that will ultimately benefit her when the time comes to make some truly difficult decisions. Now, as I seem to recall reading that one of the many faces of the Resistance before the recent quelling was a young girl of royal blood. Do you suppose... You may cease with your baseless presumptions, defector. The door was open. Hi. And you would be? I would be here on orders from the leader of Lent's Tears. Against my better judgment, mind you. Greetings, Lady Fran, I presume. I am Genimus in Lexingtale, principal of the Majestic Theatre Company. You and your colleagues are most welcome on the Prima Vista. What is it your leader would have of us? While you failed in meeting even a single of our demands, she recognizes that you were sincere in your attempts to see them fulfilled, and for that effort, you are to be compensated. That is most generous. You'll be granted the opportunity to pay us gil. The ruins which you seek are hidden behind a waterfall here, a point roughly equidistant from the river's source and its delta. Yo! You have our thanks, Lady Fran. We will not forget this kindness. Father, I shall plot a course immediately. Ramza, what is going on here? Alma, you should be in bed. I've slept enough, brother. Tell me, who are our guests? It appears you once again prepare a leap into danger's maw. Keep your wits about you, Melchan. Lady Fran is strong. But then again, so was Begamnen. If you'll excuse me. Are you mad? A trip to the surface in your condition? Listen to me, brother. The High Seraph beckons. She speaks to me through the Otius. Uh-oh. The bit where he leans in close to threaten you. Hilarious if you're Rugadin or Lalafell. That sounds great. Yeah, the bazaar system seemed bizarre. I'm sorry. The what? There is no need to worry. Mikoto and I have already devised a plan. I can help clear our family name. The Charlayan has no say in this. I am your father, and I insist you remain here on the airship. What would your mother say if I allowed aught to befall you? Mother? That is what this is all about, isn't it? What it has always been about. You care not about Ivalice or the Oran name? No. You only seek to use the aura site to bring Mother back. But you haven't been able to do that. You still do not understand how exactly it is that the shards translate one's desires into reality. That is where I can help. I can ask the High Seraph. It is she who created the aura site. Ultima has bid me come to her place of imprisonment. If we free her, she will reveal unto us the secrets of her creations. This seems like a great idea. Do you hear what you are saying, Ulma? Even if there was the slightest chance of bringing Mother back, we cannot risk your life in doing so. Your brother is right. We have sacrificed too much already. I cannot bear the thought of losing you. Either of you. It is too late. Is that good? Is that butt? Thank you, Buttspot. I'm so glad Buttspot is back. I'm so lonely, Father. Why must you love Ramza more than you do me? Do not be cozened by your daughter's words, for they are not her own. Magic staff. Okay, I don't think that's what the staff was meant to do. Help me, Rams. Roma! No. No! Gods forfend. Fran's like, what the frick is happening here? I told you. No one can control the power within those shards. No one. Melchan, here, take this. It might be the only thing that can save Alma, but we must hurry to the monastery. Come, we'll leave for the Golmore jungle. Now. Sure, it's fine. Yep. Well. I think we saw enough to prove that Ultima is no angel, Kupo. But if she's not, then what is she? A demon. Was the power I sensed beyond the rift, was that the High Seraph? I told her this was a mistake, and now look what has happened. If you were wise, you'd toss all the remaining shards into Hell's lid and cut your losses. But you've no more wisdom than Begamnon, and that's why the High Seraph has already won. I've been such a fool, and now I've lost my daughter. Will you ever forgive me, Tia? I cannot believe what I just witnessed. I won't believe it. I won't. There. It didn't happen. If only it was that simple. I have good news and bad news, Melchan. The bad news is that it appears the High Seraph was able to employ the Otius as a catalyst to propel her magics beyond whatever seal she is trapped behind. The good news is, this means my device should function as intended. Its design is based off of one of Moonbreeder's. It repurposes the logic behind her etheric siphon into a means of disrupting aether flow by reversing common wavelengths and let us just say it has already been calibrated to match the energy emitted by the Otius. As long as Ultima continues to wield the Otius, we should be able to interfere. But it only works if we can find Alma, which is why we must make haste. What do we do? What do we do? We cannot just leave poor Alma to become one of those monsters, Kupo. If what we just witnessed were truly teleportation magics, then the amount of aether required to create a portal that large from such a distance would surely be immense. Never before have I stood in the presence of such power. The whole experience had my muscles a tingle. Yet I am not afraid, for it is with might that we can stand against magic so foul. I was secretly hoping you'd regale me with tales of the Vieira and their tribe's strange ways, but I fear now is not the proper time. Perhaps another day, when the principal's daughter is safe. Nothing will become of Alma, will it? I cannot imagine the Prima Vista without her. Keep away! I'm not about to be whisked away into the void by some strange portal you've gone and dragged onto the ship. Shoo! Would you mind telling me what that was, and what it did to poor Alma? It was a demon. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about? Yes. Did I appear worried? Because I am anything but. Worried, that is. And I am not. That was all the aura sight's doing? Such power. Yeah, aura sights are bad, MK. What was that? I've listened to all the node entries thrice, and not once does the principal speak of magic such as those we witnessed. Ultima's title is the High Seraph in 12, if you remember correctly. Bit of a pain, always switching between abilities you can't use. Ah. Have I your permission to depart, Mel-chan? Every moment with Tari here, my sister, she... Sure, okay, I thought that was going to be the raid, but, guess there's more to do. Then hold on, I've set engines to full speed. Ludicrous speed! Go! Bit of a slow starter, isn't this ship? Yep, that's very fast. Welcome to the land of my people. 'Twould be a poor lie if I said I did not miss it some. Alma! Oh, hi. Ramza, help me. Another portal. Alma! Be gone! Alma! Ramza! Blood of the invokers. Fulfill the ancient covenant, and grant unto me the vessel promised. There's always an ancient covenant, isn't there? Like people making covenants. Oh, your turn. Yoink! Just yoink! What just? Bloody people making covenants for us to deal with thousands of years later. Bragi, to me. The girl is not well. Might I suggest we continue this back at the Prima Vista, Kupo? Do I still have that siphon thing? Hi. Have you the courage to face true evil? What are you gawping at? The ship is this way, Kupo. Well. I would not see the same fate that befell Bagamnan before young Ramza. We must do something, and quick. If a magic rift was necessary to seize Ramza, then it is quite possible that Ultima is still incapable of travelling beyond the bounds of the Auburn Monastery. However, if Auracite is all the High Seraph requires to do so, then we are in grave danger. The device should have worked. Is Ramza gone because of an error in my calculations? Poor Ramza whisked away from under our very whiskers. What poor companions we make, Kupo. A poor companion would be one who sat around and whimpered, while others worked to find a solution to their troubles, Kupo. We must act. For Ramza. For Dalmasca. First Alma, and now Ramza. What does this Ultima want? Said something about a vessel. Wants a body. Wants to escape. Yes, it would appear that Ultima has abandoned Ulma, only to take possession of her poor brother. But riddle me this, Melchan. What type of being would require a mortal vessel? Correct. One without a corporeal form of its own. So the true question is, then, now that the High Seraph has one in Ramza, what exactly will she become? A raid boss. More few than a Zoan rut, yet powerless to save Ramza from a fate worse than prop building. If my muscles cannot prevent such misfortune, then pray, what are they good for? Do you even do anything? It has been obvious that the aura site is beyond our control. Beyond your control, even. Its power must be contained, researched and managed. And there is only one who might accomplish such a task. You have returned with Ulma. What a Wait. Is there someone missing? Nope. Nope, everything's fine. Let's just leave. I see Ulma is back. And none the worse for wear. But now Ramza has gone missing. When will this all end, I ask? When? Oh, Ramza. His selfless act has put his own life in danger. As a brother never loved his sister more. When I was but a pup, I lived on the streets of Garlemald. Or to be more precise, beneath the streets. My home was the sewers, and my family, the countless other orphans who kept to the shadows, lest they be carted off to the cerulean mines, or worse. At least they were my home, until the Senate voted to seal them off. When the purge came, my brothers and I were given no choice but to flee, and so we ran, until there was nowhere left to run. Fortunately, a handful of influential families had taken pity on our plight, and demanded that the Empire see to the care of these displaced children. For what is a nation's future, if not their children? Or so they argued. The Senate conceded and proposed a system that would provide aid for families that adopted these sewerlings. It was the Lexentale family that took me in, and for many summers did I work as an errand boy for their troop while going to school and learning to play the lute. I suppose you could say that makes Ramza and I brothers, which is why I cannot bear to think of what I would do if he were not to return. I beg of you, Melchan, save him. Damn, that was some screwed up backstory on Garlemald. Empire sucks. And just when the boy had begun to return to his normal, caring self, oh, Ramza, I do hope you are unhurt. His normal, caring self? Wait, is he not normally a douchebag? When we were in Garlemald, the young Lexentale never spoke ill of others, and most certainly not of his sister. It wasn't until arriving in Kugane that his temperament began to change, and not for the better. He began lashing out at anyone and everything and anything that was different. His life in the Empire had not prepared him for what awaited on the outside, and the exile left him stripped of an identity in which he still held much pride. He allowed his frustration to consume him, but such is to be expected from someone so young. Melchan and Gora? Aww. I ask you to look past Ramza's transgressions, for they are but a product of his youth. He is a good child, and does not deserve the fate he has been dealt. Please, you must find him. So he only became a douchebag recently. Well, it's pretty late, so I suppose we're about to unlock the raid, in which we'll unlock that, and then I guess we'll do that next time. Now Ramza is gone. Oh, dearest Tia, what have I done? What have I done? Bum, bum. The City of Lost Angels. Ulma's theme and staff credits. Genimus is crestfallen at the thought he might never see his son again. See if there is aught you can do to put his mind at ease. We need to do something, but what recourse is left to us? The only means we had of protecting ourselves could not even prevent my son from... I'm sorry, Genimus. My design was... flawed. Not necessarily, Charlayan. We all saw how it succeeded in drawing Alma back from the rift and shattering the Otius. The loss of the boy is not yours to bear. These Moogle noises in the background. Our focus here should not be on our failures, but what we have learned from them. The being beyond the rift. It spoke before claiming Ramza. It referred to you as the blood of its invokers. Could it be your ancestors are responsible for Ultima's summoning? Most certainly not. I've discovered no such inference anywhere in the Durai papers. Besides, tales of the High Seraph existed far before even the earliest of Ivalician legends. Then who exactly did summon Ultima? And why does she think them your kin? Look! I have a bad feeling about this, Gibbo. Plot headache, yeah! Ramza? Dead? You lie about as well as you carry yourself in battle, Oran. I did not say he was dead, my Lord Dalita. Merely that he had abandoned his mortal vessel, entrusting his ethereal soul to the Auracide. What? But why would he do such a thing? Peace has finally come to Ivalice. There is naught to be had from further sacrifice. The kingdom is won, and this victory is as much his as it is mine. He risked life and limb to shield me from the dark that would have seen me perish. Without him, I would not be standing here before you. It is my duty as both king and colleague to see him saved. Knights, to me! We ride for Auburn. My lord, wait! Azura Glabidos, first of the Zodiac Braves, was not the hero the Church would have you believe. He betrayed Mother Heidelin for the promise of coin and power, summoning forth a terrible evil from the depths of the celestial abyss. It was believed only one of the land's chosen, only a warrior of light, might stand against this threat. Yet, while victorious in battle, Ramza was unable to see the darkness vanquished. If failure was all that awaited our warrior of light, then what chance do you presume any other might stand? Are you saying I should do nothing, then? No, my lord. Ramza is. My brother's final wish before he surrendered to the Aether was that his name be struck from the annals of history. Alma, you're unhurt. But I was led to believe none but Oran returned from Auburn. What is this you speak of your brother's wishes? When it became apparent that we were powerless to truly defeat the High Seraph, we chose the only path left to us. To do what Heidelin herself did countless centuries past, imprison Ultima. And as you are aware, my lord, a prison is only as strong as the seal on its gates. Ramza sacrificed his body to ensure that the Angel of Blood would never again walk the land, and he believed that if people knew of this sacrifice, it would only inspire them to seek out the holy stones and repeat the mistakes of those come before. If you truly avouch yourself his friend, then you will honour this, his final plea. No, Ramza should not be forgotten. He should be raised up as a hero for his deeds and claim his rightful place at my side. Only he might be my knight gallant. He is gone, my lord. Before Ramza was your friend, before he was my brother, he was a warrior of light. He did what he did for Heidelin, and for those who would one day, too, heed the crystal's call. Claim the throne, my friend. Become ruler of Ivalice, and restore peace to this war-torn realm, once and for all. Wait, Ramza, don't leave me, please. I beg of you. You will make a fine and just king, Delita. See you do not stray from that path. Aww. Ramza. The stones in these two necklaces, you are certain they will guide the heroes of a new era to Ramza? 'Tis what Ramza wished, my lord. Oran, I do not believe I can bear another farewell this day. Will you not reconsider my offer to remain as a member of my court? 'Tis but a matter of time before the Cardinal and his temple knights grow wise to my past. I would not have my presence here implicate you as well. Ramza beseeched me strike his name from history, but like you, my lord, I could not bear the thought of future generations blind to the truth. As such, I penned this chronicle of the hero's journeys. I fear the world, however, is not yet ready for the gospel contained within these pages, nor would the Church ever allow its circulation. In fact, I believe they will confiscate every existing copy and lock them away in their library. And what better way for the words to remain forever preserved than in one of the most highly guarded vaults in all the realm? Then, one day, when the Church has fallen out of favour, the chronicle will be discovered, and truth shall prevail. I must admit, your plan is intriguing, Aran. But once the Church learns it was you who penned the chronicle, your life... Wow. Melchan. 'Twas the echo, wasn't it? Kids don't know how to express emotions properly. Neither do a lot of adults. Yeah. At least they have noses in that flashback. The characters aren't drawn with noses in tactics. The removal of Ramza's name from the history books, the Jirai papers, the pendants. It was all set in motion by Iran himself. And if the Liberator's visions are to be taken as fact, it also appears we now know what the High Seraph meant by blood of my invoker. She was not speaking of ancestors in the sense of actual kin, but the line of those chosen by Hydaelyn to serve her as warriors of light. But then why abduct Ramza, or even Ulma? Unless there is something you haven't been telling us. She was using us to lure Melchan. It is her vessel the High Seraph desires. Well. Matron's teats, Ulma. How long have you been awake? Matron's teats. Okay, there's a good line. Fool's balls and matron's teats. I've been a fool. I told our leader that it did not matter if our request for aid was refused, for I had an alternative ploy. General. It is all right, Bwagi. My intention was to claim one of these aura sites in the name of the Resistance, and use its power to lay waste to the Garlean occupants. Only now do I realize how flawed my ambitions were. You mean this whole time you were playing us for fools? Why didn't we see it earlier? Never trust a woman with ears longer than mine, I always say. You have every right to be angry, and I apologize for misleading you. But believe me, I no longer have any desire to deceive you and yours. I shall see you to the Auburn Monastery, and ask naught in return, but that you let me join you in your rescue of Ramza. Do not misunderstand me. I do not do this for any one of you. I do it for my people in both Golmore and Rabanasta. People who may die if this High Seraph is allowed to return to power. Quest accepted. The Auburn Monastery. Nice. That's raid number 3 unlocked. It's already 8 PM, so we will leave that for next time. Because there's also probably, even if the queue time is just magically really quick somehow, there's probably a lot of story to wrap up this quest line, so... We'll talk to everyone, and then we'll end the stream. You're right, dear brother. We must do something. Might you have any suggestions, Kupo? We must do what we Moogles do best. Dance. Dance, I say. It pains me as a father that I am powerless to save my own son. Melchan, I have asked much of you these past moons, but naught is more important than what I ask of you now. Please, find Ramza. If your vision is true, then not even the Zodiac Braves, warriors of light themselves, could defeat the High Seraph. Are you certain we should not just allow Ramza's seal to endure? No, that would mean abandoning Ramza. But then what options are left to us? High Seraph? Huh, you've defeated tougher opponents on both Aldenard and Othard. Ultima will rue the day she rose up against the one and only Warrior of Light. She will. Won't she, Mochan? Yeah. This is all my fault. I was convinced it was Ramza and my father who were bedeviled by the aura sight, when in fact, it was me all along. You were wrong, Alma. The aura sight held no power over you. It never did. Your concern for your family was justified, for they allowed their desires to cloud their own judgment. You didn't blame yourself for matters beyond your control. But what of Ramza? He's gone because he tried to save me. Please, Melchan, you must bring back my brother. I don't know what I would do if I lost him too. It was never my intention to deceive you. Alright, it was not. Until it was. But you must understand that I was only thinking of my people. I have not once held you as an enemy, only as an obstacle. And now that I know that to be false, I hope we can work together to save the land from the terrible evil that draws ever nearer. I will not see the same fate that befell Bagamnan before young Ramza. We must do something, and quick. Now rest my voice and hydrate, yes. Cast Watergar on myself. Yes, it would appear that Ultima has abandoned Alma. A thing in this dialogue? Yeah. I am decided. I shall accompany you on your journey to rescue Ramza and see these muscles put to good. Your fellowship is in no dire need of another hand, you say? Of course, I shall be here training should you need me then. I mean, you can queue up too if you want, mate. That would, yeah, that would help. You will find Ramza safe. I know it. May your gods be with you, Melchan. I assume you will soon be dealing with this mess. Dealing it a jab to the gut and then a swift kick to the crotch. If anyone can rescue our Ramza from this peril, it is you. And I mean that. Literally. Look around. Not one of us here is a fighter. You are our only hope. Ramza exhibits talent as both an actor and a playwright, yet he lacked the sense to realise that aligning himself with a foreign barbarian would end in naught but failure. If only he had petitioned the Emperor. What? A foreign barbarian? You talking about me? I'll fight you. I'll freaking slap you. Alright. Go see if this person's still pining. And then I shall find someone to raid and end the stream. Hey, these two are still here. If you need help finding Ramza, do not hesitate to ask. We are here to help. I like to think it is what Bagamnan would have wished. Is the boy's father well? I cannot imagine what he is going through. Losing his daughter, only to lose his son moments after her return. You, wouldn't happen to know what has transpired on the airship, would you? It is something terrible, isn't it? None have descended to the city in days. Oh. Alright, wow. But that story, I'm finding it a lot more interesting now. It's tying more into in the world, and more stuff is happening, and yeah. And that raid was cool. The Auburn Monastery. Beckoned by the Aura site, you arrive at the Auburn Monastery, vestige of an ancient civilization lost beneath the twisted roots and vines of a forbidden jungle. The Durai papers claim this holy sanctuary to be where the tale of young Ramza Belv began. Tonight, it is where your tale ends. Oh, that's a little ominous, the way that's worded. 365. Oh, my red mage is just at the right item level to queue up for that. Nice. Yeah, because it's counting recommended. I don't do healer for this one. And that I'll go red mage. I'll go DPS instead. So I was thinking of going red mage, because then I can also res people. But yeah, that's next time. So thank you for watching. That was cool. These raids are so dang fun. Jeez. Alright, who have we got streaming? Ooh, is Sakura still streaming? Extra live stream. She's playing Phantom Hourglass. Interesting. Nice. I'm gonna raid Sakura Tsubasa. She's a really good streamer. I like her. It's going beyond exposition to actual happenings. Yes. Yeah, the exposition, I just had trouble following it all, honestly. Probably want to pick up the level 70 capstone. I could. I mean, the caps... Yeah, I wouldn't have Verholy. That's probably fine, right? I don't know. We'll see. It's just I do want to try and get these raids done on the weekend, because I mean, I'm hoping the queue times are better on the weekend, but you know, I might not fill up for streaming tomorrow anyway, so we'll see how we go. So thank you for watching, and I will see you all next time. See ya.